Alright, good day everybody, welcome to the stream. She is finally ready. It took a couple streams to, first of all, design it, but building it was also not a small task. If we look at the blueprint, it takes a while to load in. It costs 115,000 space platforms, and each of those costs 20 steel. And then we've got like a couple 10,000 of underground belts for the asteroid storage stuff. And then the rim is dedicated to weaponry, railgun shell generation. We've got fuel processing on board, and then the thrusters at the end. It's really a very simple ship. It is just very, very big. If everything goes well, this should be able to provide us with enough asteroids over time to keep up with the rest of the sciences at 1800 science per minute physical, which turns into 5904 science per minute practical. But as soon as we have this science pack up and running, we of course unlock the ability to start stacking these very powerful research productivity tags, which each give 10% extra productivity for the labs. Additive to the productivity module, so it's not an actual 10% multiplier, but still for a mere million, and they don't double. We can research quite a couple of these tags, I think, before prices really get out of hand. That's like 60% extra research productivity. Basically generating more research from thin air without any additional infrastructure whatsoever. That is very different from, let's say, big mining drills. So basically, if you look at biolabs, which have science pack drain 50%, they basically just double the amount of science you get. You could say the same for big mining drills at the other end of the spectrum. If we can find one, it's night. The big mining drills also have a resource drain of 50%. So basically, both of them allow you to generate twice the science from a given amount of ore. Of course, the difference with mining drills versus biolabs is that biolabs don't require any additional infrastructure to do so, whereas the mining drills just you still need to build twice the mining drills and then twice of all the science infrastructure to actually double your SPM, whereas the biolabs straight out give you that double research. And the research productivity bonus works the same. So compared to mining productivity, research productivity for the same cost is way more, not really more powerful, but a lot easier to implement, as you don't need to do any implementation at all. Yes, the Prometheum ship. It is indeed very sizable. Does it have a name yet? Yes. But not a very good name. Homo D69. Because the speed at which this ship can travel is 69.69 kilometers a second. Exactly. I tried different speeds, but it had to be this speed in the end. If we go much faster, we will get obliterated. And if we go much slower, the trip time will be much larger, which means we would need an even larger ship to store even more asteroids to generate 1800 SPM over time. Because of course, we want the time it takes to generate those asteroids to be as short as possible, which is why the ship is so wide. Basically the ship is only, this is the ship basically. It only has this part at the bottom to store all the asteroids. And yeah, as is tradition for all Factorio ships, it is indeed a flying brick, although this one is laying sideways instead of the usual vertically oriented brick. Because here we actually want to generate asteroids. That's the difference. We want to generate asteroids, so the ship has to be as wide as possible. Whereas here we want to just avoid having to destroy as many asteroids as possible, while still getting all the stuff on board that we need. Is it possible to reach arbitrary high ESPMs with research productivity? I haven't really experimented with it myself too much. If we go by Abig Nesty, who uploaded the now infamous 4 million ESPM video almost a year ago, and has been refining it ever since. There is a sort of a soft ceiling as each level gets more expensive and less gives less back, especially if you have like tens or hundreds of the levels. Each level adds almost nothing for hours and hours of research time at the end. So I wouldn't really say it's theoretically endless, but practically there's a cap. I don't know exactly where it is, but I guess we'll find out at some point. It's rather a small moon. It's a very brick-formed moon. Brick-shaped moon, I should say, shape. Right, I think it's time to actually load the save. This is an editor mode save because I'm actually on board. You used to be able to do that. In the base game as well, but that unfortunately got patched. Don't know really why, because I guess I do know why, because you could do this. You could launch yourself up. Just before you enter the hub, you would press enter, just like entering or exiting a car, and you would escape the pod and you would be able to walk around in the spaceship. It was really nice. The abuse you can do is basically you can take extra inventory on board by filling your inventory like this, and then requesting extra stuff up. So I guess that's the exploitative part, but it was very nice to just be able to walk or fly around on your ship and get shot by your own railguns, because that happens. So perhaps it's for our own personal safety, quote unquote. Allegedly all these measures are for our own personal safety, as they always try to sell you these days. We can get back in by just pressing enter, but we cannot get out anymore. Anyway, since this was an editor mode save, let's actually load back and get started. So, the ship is ready. We are, at the moment, launching the last low-density structures, because we are loading those to launch up all the rockets on Aquilo, which we will need to get the quantum processors. The quantum processors, we still have to go there. We need to expand storage. We have like 30,000k quantum processors stored up. We need at least 80, probably better 100 or something. So yeah, we have only one machine making quantum processors, but that should be enough. But it should be producing continuously, which means every 13 hours or so, when this ship visits, those 80,000 should be ready, sitting in chests, and then the bots can load them up to the ship. We're gonna try to make that twice as fast by just adding another rocket silo, while we expand production, I suppose. So for now, I think we fully finished the biter egg stuff last time for the new Productivity Mark III modules, so we've got plenty of those again, finally. Before we fly off, I think I want to do a couple things. First of all, I want to organize this whatever is available for repairs. So there's now a couple ships which automatically request ingredients for repair kits. We got the Prometheum ship, we also got the Aquilo ship as a repair kit, as well as my own ship. I think the other ships don't really have that because they're safe. But we should make sure we have some of those available. And currently it's been such a mess that I no longer know what's in here, so we're gonna have to do that. I also want to... We're running out of blue chips. We had more than a line of chests full. We have hardly got 2 chests left, so I think we're gonna break some of these chips, recycle them, and then reassemble them again. It also is gonna generate some more rare red and green chips. I think we can just do that in this area over here. We are no longer making any lesser quality speed modules at this point, so perhaps we can just use this entire section over here. But those are the 2 most important things I want to do. Yeah, only 1 more silo, I think so. There's not really much space. There's space here. I guess we can do 2 silos, but another one would have to be somewhere here, and then we would have to belt that stuff out of there. It's not really the best. And in the grand scheme of things, the loading time for the quantum processors is actually not that great in the grand scheme of things. We'll talk about that more once we actually launch our flying. Let's first make sure that we can start flying. Alright, so I've been messing about again, so let's pop it down. The new episode on YouTube drops this Friday. Is the rear of the ship safe? That's a good question. I guess we can experiment with that a little bit. I actually did not account for that. But I think asteroids should be... wait a second. So there's a limited angle in which asteroids can spawn. Once you are stationary... I think already in the inner solar system they don't spawn omnidirectionally. But of course they do spawn aimed at the cargo hub. So if an asteroid spawns here, it could be aimed to the cargo hub. But it also could be aimed 18 degrees off. So perhaps it is possible to get obliterated. Well, I guess we have some extra lasers on board. So maybe we should just launch a couple more up, just to be safe, so we can put those down. I'm not going to put railguns at the back. Those asteroids are going to come in very slowly anyway. So, yeah, we'll see. For the first trip, we can just redistribute some laser turrets. We don't need all of these at the front. And put them at the back if it's necessary. And if it's necessary, we'll put extra laser turrets at the end. Alright, I think I just want to not waste any time, so here we go, final reload. Alright. So. I guess we have these 12 stacks of fuel. I think I'm also just gonna launch those up. We have 12 stacks on board already for the next flight. But anyway, those need to go on the ship. So let's just load them. Second, let's take care about that blue chip stuff. Yeah, so we got less than 10k rare ones left, and with the size of the projects we're doing, we sometimes need a lot of them at the same time, especially if we want to make another set of those Mark III modules or whatever. So I think we're just gonna make more uncommons that should make qualities as well. Now let's just reset all of this. That could be 8 of those making blue chips. Then we can basically... We have stopped recycling red chips. Let's delete all of that. And we'll change that over to blue chips. So currently we got 516k uncommon blue chips, so let's just start scrapping those. Say if we have more than 400k, we want to be scrapping blue chips. And then we'll just request some of those blue chips over here. So that will generate ingredients to make these, for as far as we don't have those. Got 619k uncommons. So how long do we want to run this? I guess we want to run this for as long as we have more than, let's say, 400k green chips. And then we can start requesting ingredients here. Alright, the annoying thing is we do need sulfuric acid. Let me grab the slow armor. Which we don't have sulfuric acid around anymore. Oh, we're launching plastics now. So we're gonna have to bring up some. So we're making sulfuric acid here. I think similar to batteries, we're gonna just use a tank with a pump which only allows spending sulfuric acid for blue chips if we have enough in the system. So how far does this go up? About to here. So let's just take it out. Maybe like this. Copy the requirement. So yeah, that should be alright. Alright, sorry for the interruption. Yeah, we folded the copper, that makes it look a little bit neater. And how much fusion will the ship be using? I think it should use less than a stack per reactor for the entire trip. That's what I'm hoping. We're just gonna reload the reactor by hand every time the ship returns. It's only once every 13 hours, so it is not that bad. Let's just do something horrible like that. Right, here we already are. So that should start up blue chips. Guess do we need a save? I don't think we really need a save. Blue chip, rare, fire. Alright, so there we go. That should run at least for a while. Hopefully that'll net us a bunch more rare blue chips. Alright, there we got one. Nice. Okay, that will make some. And here we are just trashing them again. We're trashing 2 chips a second, and we're making also about 2 chips a second. So I guess that's alright. That's good. The other thing I was worrying about, actually I should have started probably, yeah, that's not going to be enough. Let's just start making some chests. I think it is time to get rid of the old steel feeder. It has done a wonderful job, but we don't need it anymore. There is no steel being fed in anymore. There's just a couple chests left. And our storage area, while probably not completely full, it's not that far from being completely full. I guess I'm just gonna throw this in the requester chest. I don't want to decide anything myself, what goes where. The bots can do that. And then we'll just paste a couple more storage chests things there, because we're gonna be out. I'm thinking about flying on the Aquilo ship, not the Aquilo ship, the Prometheum asteroid ship, to actually just join for the first flight. It's really a terrible idea. So nothing new. Does that just neatly fit twice? Okay, it does neatly fit twice. Sure. 396 chests, alright. How many do we have? 335. We do want... I don't know why I wired all of these up, but now they're all wired, so I guess it's gonna stay that way. More chests. It's all not very interesting for the edit, so probably I shouldn't be making all these saves. Oh well. I'm quite curious to find out the spawn angle on the Aquilo, for the Aquilo orbit. I'm not entirely sure there's that it's gonna be safe. I do know that I have heard that the angle gets reduced. That's what I'm basing everything on. So yeah, Alright, so finally there's 160 rocket fuel in the system right now. It is that bad. We have spent everything to build the ship and launch up all the stuff. So that can slowly start building up again. Are we then ready to fly off? See if I had anything else in my notes. Wait, yeah, the repair stuff. Just make sure that is in order. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit annoying, but nothing else. Nothing that we shouldn't be used to already. So I don't have that many laser turrets left. Looks like. Yeah, this is all extra stuff. I think I just want like a stack. That could be the bells. Here we could do the undergrounds. Right, so then we can see if something goes missing. Don't know if actually we should do any splitters. Alright, so we would need a couple more green ones. Do we have those? No. Well, we do. Thought we brought over a fair few. Ah, they're in here, alright. Just a stack of splitters, so there they are. Alright, we don't need any modules anymore up there. Pipes. Looks alright. The power poles, they are probably for something then. We got walls, 4K repair packs. We got the repair packs for the Prometheum ship specifically. Thrusters and crushers should never be destroyed. But asteroid collectors will be. So we'll keep those in the chests as well. Okay, let me grab some more chests of stuff we need to bring back. I guess all of the... we do need laser turrets as well. All of the belt stuff now can go back. And then we got rail guns. I guess asteroid collectors. Rail guns. No, let's just plop a decorative one down, watching out over the fish. Just to illustrate some hitboxes. Alright, that is horrible enough. Laser turrets go here then, repair packs on that side. I guess the walls thematically fit there as well. Then we got inserters. I guess we could do the same thing. Just 50 of all types. We don't have any... any fast inserters, so that's a good point, I suppose. I guess we'll do the pipes up here then. If that's organized, I suppose. Means we can get rid of this. And... yeah, we'll clean this up. Okay, we got more laser turrets here. That's good because those get yeeted quite often. That's another stack. There's a mix of stuff in there, but I can throw some stuff away, like the belts. Those should automatically get sorted. Alright, and then the rest is just my inventory. Plus that, I suppose. I think that's good enough. Because we have full stacks, we will be able to see what gets used over time. And that should mean we are ready to head out. Let me just... I will balance the inventory before going out. So we have something neat to work with once we get back. The fish finder we need to keep. Alright, guess this can go as well. And the walls. Alright. Good, we are organized. Right. We should switch off the logistics group then. Bots stay here, we just take the armor. Do we need anything for Aquilo? I want to build an extra rocket silo. I still have 3 rocket silos worth of electric engines on board. So I think we should be alright. And we can safely head out of here. Not even sure we need the extra armor, but let's take it anyway. But we are not going to be flying on the usual ship. We are going to fly to Aquilo on the monster. We're going to send out my own ship to meet me at Aquilo, but while we send out the Prometheum asteroid collector ship to the shattered planet, we're just going to hop on board here and at least fly this thing to Aquilo. We could just have it hover around Aquilo for a bit. I'm not requesting these just yet. We will request those on the way back. So for now we'll disallow unloading, so we don't lose these already. So let's go. Let's just throw the ammo in there because I forgot. Here we go. You know when the next 1000 times Science Goes That World stream will be? That's a good question. I perhaps should make something like a schedule or... I do want to continue that though. But since I wasn't able to stream this last week, I definitely wanted to get 2 streams in this week. So perhaps it will be then a Friday stream for the Dead World and Sunday for default settings, or at least going forward. I haven't decided yet, but that's what I've been thinking about. Right, so I guess it's not going to be a race. are going to Aquilo, so we do need to take those out. Because we have only a couple laser turrets on this one. And we just fly. Let's send my ship first. It's not even visible that it starts to move. Acceleration is actually not that bad. Already 40 kilometers a second. Given that our maximum speed is 69 kilometers a second. Against the gravity at least. It's not that bad at all. Let's put FPS on there because we are going to be stress testing the entire base now, I suppose. Because we've got the captive biter spawner going, which uses all the science packs we've got from every planet. And we're sending the ship out to collect the asteroids, so there is pretty much the entire thing. Let's check, the railguns are loaded, but not yet firing. We only fire at the big ones. And the medium Prometheum ones. All of them are loaded. There is ammo on the belts. 900. 300. 300. And 900. Okay, so this, I guess the side gets more asteroids, maybe from the side as well. So perhaps I should be prioritizing the center to feed to its own railgun shell production. I had that not prioritized so that also can feed to fuel, but I think fuel should be pretty stable. That could have gone horribly wrong. Alright, we are passing the halfway point, so that means we will gain 20 kilometers a second. Unless these pumps are blocking that. Let's disconnect them for now. That's only for the way back. So the thing is, if we fly faster, especially 20 kilometers a second faster, like now, that is not good if we are out here somewhere. So currently we're flying to Gleba. We are being attracted to Gleba. That gives us plus 10 kilometers a second. Once we start flying away from Gleba again, we are going to be losing that speed. Okay, so we're now approaching 90 kilometers a second. And once we pass Gleba, it's going to drop back down to 70. It is this ship. Yeah, it looks like my own personal ship is ahead. Yeah, we're going to be drawn back to Gleba for the first half of the journey. And then we'll flip around again to being drawn to Aquilo. But there is no gravity towards the solar system edge or the shattered planet. So for all this distance you are being pulled back towards Aquilo or probably the sun. But the thing is, once we are deep in and we need to turn around, then of course we're going to get that 20 kilometers a second added back to the velocity, since now we're flying back to Aquilo. And that is why we need those pumps in the back. We can see the speed is now dropping again. Now that we're going towards Aquilo. So for where we are fighting against the gravity portion of the trip, the pumps, maximum pumping speed of 1559 a second is limiting the fuel towards, which is being burned basically, and that should limit our speed to 69.69. That's the theory at least. And so far so good. We should soon get the first few railgun shell shootings. Oh, they have such a nice sound design. We're only shooting the big ones, so it's sporadically. It looks like railgun shell production is completely backed up now. Everywhere. So that means 1200 shells are waiting on each of those belts. So that's like 4800 shells plus another 1000 shells in the railguns. Let's say about 6k shells of buffer laying around the belts and whatnot. It looks like we're not actually approaching 69.69 kilometers a second. I don't know what's going on with that. So I think the ultimate speed is decided by the width of your ship and the weight of your ship. Perhaps we got some weird fluid dynamics going on. Maybe the individual levels of fluid in those thrusters is off. Or like different than in my tests. I could... technically we could pause thrust. That stops the consumption of the fuel. And then we could just let everything fill up completely, including the pipes. I guess that should already have been the case when we started though. So we started with fuel, with full pipe, so this is not really gonna help probably. And we're still pumping a little. Right, I hope that just fills up at some point. Pumping speed 5. Alright, pumping speed 0, so everything is absolutely full. This side as well. Let's continue the journey. Okay, now it does seem to go down equally. I guess once the pipes are now empty. I know we still got like different levels. If you just look at the red and blue bar when I scroll over, it doesn't seem like they are filled equally all the time. They're slightly different from each other. Alright, so yeah, the safety should not be a concern just yet at all. We should be very safe here in the middle. Yeah, no, there's also drag in space, but you know, it's actually, in this version of space, it's plausible to have drag in space. I mean, have you seen the amount of asteroids that spawn here? There has to be so much space dust, which we continuously have to fight against. And also I'm firing 100 railguns shells to the front every time, which probably should affect my speed negatively. Action equals minus reaction, right? If I shoot a railgun this way, ship should be going that way, so that is why we need to... That is why we have drag in space, I suppose. Alright, my own ship has almost arrived. It's not that much faster. It is a lot less safe though, this one. Yeah, the wind in space is just the vibrations passed through all the space dust. Alright, my own ship has arrived at Aquilo. We should be arriving shortly. How's it going with the asteroids? Okay, looks like everything is backing up. So perhaps all those Mark III productivity modules were slightly exaggeration and not entirely necessary to put it in everything. But you know, we are not really firing a lot of stuff yet. So we'll see how that goes. Looks like the oxides are full. We are of course near Aquilo. Let's just see the planet arrive. Probably. And it should just vanish behind. We should be blotting out the planet. There we go. And the planet is gone. Right. Yeah, let's save here. Looks like I'm missing a number. 22.9, 22.10. This should be 22.11. Arrived at Aquilo. So now we get to see how those asteroids spawn, and if we need to put lasers on the back. I guess we're gonna find out automatically at some point, once stuff starts breaking. Or, you know, we could just deploy the safety lasers. And just check for if they did any damage later on. Alright, so the spawn rate, they are spawning from the front already, slowly. And we're still moving through space actually, we haven't fully stopped just yet. So we'll see how that goes. Eventually omnidirectional asteroids should be spawning in, but not completely omnidirectional. There should be a Pac-Man sized bite out of the spawn circle, which is what I am banking on. I guess for now though we'll drop down. It's been a while. We should avoid the rockets going up. We are launching signs. That means the Aquilo Explorer is here. Right, there's a lot of that stuff laying on the ground. We need some stuff. We want to build at least one rocket silo. Potentially more. Not more than 2 though, I got only... Let's just drop all of them because we can launch up new ones. Didn't think about that. Let's go pick up the inventory in the meantime. How the heat pipes. 300 platforms, concrete perhaps. We do need 1,000 concrete for the silo. 1,000 steel for the silo. Pipes, blue chips, and the electric engines we just dropped. Pick up all that stuff. It looks like there was tungsten. There's the modules, there's the electric engines. That means one. Oh, and the blue chips. One rocket silo coming up. Let's just start this machine again. Because the Aquilo ship is here. It means we want to be offloading this stuff again over time. I could just force offload all of it. How much science do we got on board? 73,000 of 108k. So the ship is gonna leave shortly. What do we need to though? So this machine makes 1.55 quantum processors a second, which is 93 a minute. We got about 19k in the system, so we need another 61k. That is a lot of minutes, isn't it? That's over 10 hours. The flight shouldn't take that long. Okay, I think I realized what I did wrong. Alright, so this is fine. We need to produce... Wait, is it fine? Need to produce 80,000 quantum processors every 14 and a bit hours. 14 hours 20 minutes it will take with that machine. Is this guy fast enough, is what I'm wondering right now. Okay, I'm gonna trust Pass Mike did his homework on that. We can fix that later if it's actually a problem. But the flight is just gonna take... I actually don't remember how long the flight is gonna take. Alright, so we do see asteroids spawning from the side and from the front a lot. And they are blasted to pieces. I don't see any asteroids spawning from the back, so I think we're gonna be alright near Aquilo. I kinda just wanna send the ship out really. Now let's wait a little bit until we're sure what to do. Let's first do what we came here to do. We came here to expand production of quantum, storage of quantum processors. So that's 10,000, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. That's 80,000, I guess 90,000 if we count those two chests. If these move up one, that's over 100k. It's not quite 2 loads. But something like that could work, I suppose. Okay, then we need 16 regular chests. I guess some heat pipes to heat up those inserters. And I guess ideally some circuit conditions so that we maybe fill the chests in order or whatever. But we cannot, it doesn't really matter in which order we fill the chest because we cannot move these back here automatically after that. If I want to keep the bot flights as short as possible. Okay, that beacon should extend to here. I think we just do this. So we're taking from the right logistics network and putting it in the other one over here, the left one. Okay. Alright, but now the rocket silo is frozen. Put the heat pipe here. Alright, that's the second rocket silo in this guy's area. I got 100 logistics bots in here. These launch at 200 per rocket, so we need to launch 400 at a time. They can carry 4 processors at a time, so 100 bots should be exactly enough to simultaneously load both rockets, and then they can go back to recharge. We should be careful that I don't try to pick up like partial stacks, so perhaps we do want some circuit conditions on here, only if we... Let's do load them in order then. Only if there's more than 4,000 in that chest. Start filling the back chest. And I guess we can do the same for these. Only if there's more than 4,000, take him. If there's less than 4,000, stop taking him. Alright. And I guess this guy, this should be loaded first. So let's, this guy can take out whenever there's more than 1,000 in or something. Of course, these chests are full now, but yeah, those should be grabbing stuff then. Alright. I guess we'll also do the same for these. Alright. And the same for this side. Is the Aquilo ship still here? It has already left. Alright, science is being built up again. And this is used to make quantum processors. That should be good enough until the Aquilo ship comes back again. We should be producing them almost continuously, I think. Yeah, the only problem is the amount of quantum processors then. I guess I should... We'll do that. No, no, stop it. Alright, all of them are in here now. Now we can see what's there. 29, about 30k. So we need another 50k. Divided by 93 a minute. divided by 60 minutes, so that's gonna take 9 hours. Do we got any more laying around here? We do. A lot, actually. There's another 8.5k. That's about all. Is there something left down here? No, there's just lithium. Alright, so that's 8.5k, so actually we need only about 42k. So that's 7.5 hours. Alright. Yeah, we got 38.5k then. 7.5 hours until we've got 80k quantum processors. Now the big question is, I think that's all we needed to do on this planet really. I think the biggest question now is, do we fly with the Prometheum ship? That is probably a bad idea. That's an 8-hour flight, during which we cannot do anything on any other planet. I think we don't. Do we fly Promo class? Alright, we still haven't had any... still don't see any asteroids in the back. Let's check damage counter. It's over here. Damage 0. So none of these lasers did anything. I think the original design should be okay also around Aquilo. Asteroids are not gonna spawn from the back in Aquilo orbit even when we don't move. Yeah, all of this should be full again. I think we should hook these back up. We are no longer going to be fighting against gravity until we are on the way back from the shattered planet, and then we want these pumps to stop. We still need to set up... Yeah, no, we shouldn't fly with the ship. We need to set up Biterx still. Forgot about that part of Prometheum science. So we took care of the quantum processors. This ship will take care of the asteroid chunks, but we still need to set up Biterx on Novis. 42% on the tech, so no, we don't fly Promo class, we fly Bringer class. I guess that means we fly out. Of course, we will watch it fly. We're gonna watch it a lot this stream. A new 1.1 task. I saw a title passing by, something about less than 1 hour to complete default Factorio, or like non-space age Factorio. Alright, so I suppose we are back to Novis, where we are gonna do the Biterx stuff. And the Prometheum ship will go the other way. I think it's time to send it off. Let's fill up these 49, 48, 48, 48, 48, 48. We have hardly used anything. Okay, that's why I say my ship is not that safe. We just lost a wall piece. On the back of the ship, Alright, my side lasers are switched off. Yeah, forgot about that. Looks like we didn't get out of the way fast enough. Alright, that could have been worse though. Now we should be alright again. I think I do want to fill this. We are going to be flying out a little bit further on the first flight than we will on all the other flights. So we're going to have to do this every 13 hours or so. Manually refill that. And reset the... We should also be resetting the recipe in here to get any additional biter into the trash slots, which will then get put onto the belt. We don't have any defenses around here. So those are the two things we should do every time. Right, after much ado, I think without further ado, send out the mothership. Alright, we're gonna send it out on the minute. Don't know if that's representative of anything, but especially since we're not stopping at Aquilo on the way in. But here we go, off on the maiden voyage toward the shattered planet. All of the asteroids suddenly gaining momentum towards the ship. It is just too large to see in one go. I cannot make this visible when I'm not on the surface. That is the annoying part. I'm thinking about just enabling the editor extensions mod, which allows me to enter editor mode without losing access to achievements, because that's just a mod. We can use it to transfer myself onto this ship, and then I can zoom out and see the full thing. And then just disable it again or something. Here's the first huge asteroid. Okay, that's the end of the first huge asteroid and the big ones it created. So I don't think we're gonna have any trouble getting resources on board. And the railguns are not gonna be the problem. The problem is gonna be the side. This is gonna be the weak point. A lot of these things are gonna explode with extra momentum towards the ship, which is why we have all these lasers here as far as possible out towards this edge, mainly to protect this corner, this railgun asteroid collector over here. Got a couple railguns shooting at an angle, and even here to the back, those ignore the huge ones except any Prometheums, because those could explode with momentum, shooting off the big ones with momentum towards the ship again, which enables the lasers to pick them off and these to grab the chunks. That's just maximizing the amount of chunks we're grabbing. Again, we are definitely not reaching 69.69. I think we gotta make the ship a little bit lighter then. Let's pick off some mass. If we move this mass from the ship floor into the storage over here, that logically makes the ship lighter. So now we should be able to fly at a higher speed. Yeah, we are picking up. Not much yet. Let's get another 20 from each side. Alright. So the way does do something. The power graph is not that interesting yet, it's just laser power. So basically the blue line is lasers and everything else is like this tiny blobs in the bottom. If we disable lasers, it's basically it's like 95% laser. We'll see how that evolves. Yeah, width does way more, which is why most ships are a brick. Including this one. It's just a very large brick. Okay, 69.65. Don't really know where the variance comes from there. Now it's no longer a brick officially, we are picking off some mass. I want to pick off mass in multiples of 10, because each 5 tiles adds 1 ton. So 1 tile makes it like not an integer. Alright, let's hope that this is it. 23,140 tons. Guess we'll check back. Oh, we are still flying to Gleba at the moment, so we have a little bit of time. Although now we can put back the speed modules in the beacon on my own ship, so we're gonna be flying a whole lot faster. $69.68. Come on, tip us over the edge. Okay, it's 69.69. That's where we need to be. Let's see if it drops back down. If we do this. If not, we'll keep it like this. Let's put the FPS back. Okay, how are the asteroid belts? At the moment, all of the asteroid belts are filled, except metallics. Some of the metallics, it looks like one lane is not full yet. The rest goes over here and down. This is all like backup for fuel, so that should be good for a while. And the rest is just yeeted off the ship at the back. On both sides, I presume. Still going 69.69. My calculations are based around that, so it's very important that we fly that speed. This is a pure hauler. We'll only be making signs above Novice directly. That is the plan. Alright, so I guess how long will it take? We need another 70,000 kilometers. At 60, basically at 70 kilometers a second, which is 1,000 seconds. So it will take the ship another 15 minutes to reach the solar system edge. In fact, at this speed, 69.69, I think the entire journey is 15,000 kilometers from Northeast to Gleba. Then we add 30,000 to Aquilo, and then 100,000 to the solar system edge. That means officially this ship is unable to bring Biter X to the shattered planet area, as Biter X spoil in half an hour, which is 1800 seconds, and we need over 2000 seconds to fly out to where the Prometheum asteroids spawn. So we officially cannot bring regular quality Biter X in deep space. So let's see how this actually works. Finally, over a year after making that belt weaving video, we're going to put my words to the test, I suppose. A bit late, you could argue, but oh well. So what are we gonna do? Let's just before we do anything, let's just take a look around the planets. So Aquilo is now idle. We are producing science. Probably not quite enough. 1500 science. But we are limited by chest filling speed now. So the bots are not really... Like, I guess I'm not sure if the bots take equal from all chests. But... yeah, if all chests can be filled, we are able to draw empty the entire belt, but some of these chests are full while some of them are empty, so that will cause some bumps in science production. But you know, if as soon as we have less than 2 chests, I suppose, on both sides, we should be able to fork in 1800 SPM, so that should be alright. Resources, we started with 8.5 million lithium brine, 6.5 million remaining. None of the pumps have run out. I forgot how many we actually need. It was around like 8 or something. We have 23 active ones, so I don't think we need to shortly expand lithium brine. This has probably reached infinite minimum yield, but at this point it is the same as when I made the node. But thanks to speed models and speed beacons, we will never need to put new fluorine pumps out there. Same principle like oil processing. These reach an infinite minimum production and just stay there. Same goes for oil. We need just a couple drops to make rocket fuel. Mostly. I think that should be alright. These are some old nodes. So Aquilo should be good. Let's check Fulgora. Rockets are flying. These are set to automatic because they have a bot network. That's good as well. The stuff is flowing. We are throttled by holmium ore, which is the intended way. We are using all these batteries and these are backed up, so everything seems to be going well. Making more quality holmium at the back. Okay, and we do have 1800 SPM when we are launching. I guess that's also... This is not the best chest loading design. They are not loaded completely equal. That's something we might want to solve at some point. But Fulgora looks alright. Gleba. Basically for Gleba goes, if it works, don't touch it. So I'm not going to touch anything here. This should have been a flat line for 1 hour, for 10 hours, for 50 hours. Probably not quite yet 250, but that's 2600-ish SPM. We're either bringing it to Novice or destroying it. Vulcanus is doing purple signs and... Okay, that doesn't look like a full belt anymore. Are we out of tungsten? Doesn't look like it. I know tungsten is weak. We are still... Okay, we're having some near side of the belt issues here. So we are actually sending off plates to make belts. I think we should just stop that for now. So I should do some better belt manipulation here. So now we are starving signs for sure. Yeah, 1.7k. Purple signs is also weak. Okay, so now these plates should be backing up again. We'll check back shortly. Let's check why purple signs is weak. I guess it has to do with making space platforms every now and then. Yeah, we just had a session of making space platforms. And steel towards rails is not... Here we go again. I guess when this happens... so we have limited this only if you have enough molten iron. I think the problem is that we are not... Steel is allowed to flow until this point freely. So we are starving rails probably. These are for rails. While this is for furnaces and I guess space platforms. I think if we just simply prioritize rails. Yeah, so like this. What else goes in here? These two. So these. Wait. But these are... But those are fine already. We need... what is feeding into this guy, I suppose. So this one. These are feeding into rails. So now the rail belts look full. Whereas before they didn't. Not all the time at least. So now we are starving electric furnaces, I suppose. But that should get automatically blocked. And if we're starving electric furnaces, the steel won't anyway be able to reach here. So I think that should be good for purple signs. And now we're truly only sending the excess steel over here, and only if we have enough iron molten. I guess we'll keep producing space platforms in case we need more. Nothing much happening. We have picked up a little bit of speed here. For some reason. Is it that hard to reach a constant speed? We'll see. Let's check back at orange signs. Okay, so this is now a backed up belt again. Although this is still not backed up. I guess it will take some time. All of this production was pretty fine-tuned to produce exactly 1800 SPM. So it wasn't designed to leech off of for green belts and whatever. Alright, so we're back up to over 1800 SPM for orange signs. And production signs too now. It doesn't look like we need to actually do anything on any planet then. Let's check the resources here. There's only 400k tungsten left here. These mining drills have run out. Yeah, we got a lot of empty ones here, so I think we will need to visit the Vulcanus at some point to build some more tungsten mines. These are still pretty strong. This corner of the map. But that's not enough to make the 7 or so belts of tungsten we need. Yeah, 4 of them are coming from this side. These ones are particularly looking not great. I guess technically I could try to prioritize these for the time being, just to stretch it a little bit. Then we need to deprioritize anything that comes from the 4 upper belts. Yes, input priority on the bottom. Over here. It already has priority. Yeah, we basically want to have these flow constantly. We are already prioritizing this belt over here, so it's a little bit not too clear which inserters should be doing what. So like this one, we are prioritizing the bottom side already as well. I think that at least will do a little bit to stretch out the tungsten. So I guess that's safe. It is time to start worrying about the Biter X. No more postponing. Planetary science looks disappointingly good. So no more postponing. It's Biter Egg time, except for, of course, postponing by making excruciatingly long save game names. I can also just read chat. That's a good thing to do, right? Speed will change when over halfway. Yeah, we do have, so we are limiting it by unrestricted flow on the way in. So 1559 for these uncommons, that's how we're reaching the speed. On the way back, we just limit it to 70. The ship is so large, it pretty much the speed is very stable, even if directly controlled with pumps like that. So hopefully we won't get the wobble of that too much. Alright, stay there this time. I hope. Yeah, the game does name it the Solar System Edge, so I guess the central star is Sol. Yeah, mass only matters if it's outside the hub. We can just put it in here and it's fine. How easily we could have won with this ship flying to the Solar System Edge instead of this one. Railguns make all the difference. Without railguns, you need to sink like an asteroid to defeat the asteroids, because the laser turrets alone are not gonna do it. With the railguns though, it's quite easy. Okay, we are throwing so many asteroids overboard. I hope that stays under a belt. I can just change some of these asteroid collectors to just only grab Prometheum asteroids, I suppose. If we are really grabbing too many of these. We do have that freedom. Alright, looks like speed stabilized at 69.69. Yeah, we were just the sturdier asteroid. That's not true. The asteroids... we were about as sturdy as the asteroids. The crucial factor is we were a regenerative asteroid, which could replace the asteroid parts of the asteroid when we got blown to smithereens. So the walls and space platforms get yeeted, or like destroyed by the asteroid. After the asteroid destroyed about like 60 or so, or 70, or whatever. the asteroid exploded, and then we just replaced it. We had 20,000 space platforms and walls on board at the start. This is all that's left. There and back again though, so we made it back to Norvis. The ship is now a museum piece, and we did rip the fusion reactor for use on the Prometheum ship, and just turned it sideways and built 2 of them. There was the pet asteroid. Yeah, we did have a pet asteroid. Alright, we are reaching the solar system edge. So, looks like there's another... We are still postponing, by the way. I want to catch the first Prometheum asteroids. Literally and figuratively. I want to catch them, but I also want to catch them. Right, so we are ignoring the large ones successfully. Of course, we could still accidentally hit them if a big one flies in range. We could collateral damage the huge asteroid into more big ones, and that could certainly cause a cascade. So it remains to be seen how safe this is over a long period of time. Also, that one is coming in pretty shifty. Okay, we are on the first flight towards the shattered planet. I think we'll switch off the GI for a bit. Let's see how long it takes. For the first huge Prometheum asteroid to spawn. Pressing buttons. Oh god. The key just disappears from the screen. It doesn't actually disappear, so you can still accidentally push all the buttons. Okay, there's probably a lot of lag between the asteroid getting shot and the stuff actually being collected. Alright. It's like I'm alt-clicking stuff or whatever. Okay, there's one. That's the first one. First Prometheum asteroid ever. Blown to smithereens with priority. There's just a couple small ones left. Those will get lasered into chunks. Chunks will get grabbed, put onto the belts. Finally, most of those asteroid collectors have never, god dang it, grabbed an asteroid collector in their life. Messing everything up. Okay, we'll keep the key on because I just keep clicking it. Okay, the first ones are on the belt. And actually follow him a little bit. Ziggy zaggy, ziggy zaggy, ziggy zaggy. Then they go downwards. And we got the achievement, travel 10,000 kilometers toward the shattered planet. Nice. And then they enter the horrible belt weaving contraption, from where it will take them a significant amount of time to actually get to the center. Especially the ones choosing the yellow belt route. Those are going to have a particularly long trip. All the way up here. Merge back into 2 green belts, and then the story repeats. Once, twice, thrice, quadrice, quintice. I don't know if that's words, but we're pretending. And then the final one. The sixth one is in the middle there. From both sides they merge through this weird contraption. They go onto one belt here, which goes around in the splitter. And then the other two belts just come from the top and they feed the other half. So this middle one is gonna merge everything together. Currently the counter is going up 700 chunks on the belt. Only 899,200 left to go before we turn around. That's the halfway point. And then we need another 800,000 to fill up the entire belt system or so. So yeah, I guess we'll check in regularly to how it's going. Let's just check the edges a bit. So this is those high momentum break-off asteroids that can fly towards the edge of the ship here. That might sometimes look at how much speed those things take up. So that could pretty much overwhelm the defenses on the side here. The front doesn't have any problem with destroying absolutely everything that comes in its path, but those sides are kind of vulnerable. And there's only so many turrets I can place within range. Nice stalling technique again. Yeah, I know, I'm an expert. Belt stacking is not unlocked yet, no, but the Prometheum asteroids cannot be stacked anyway. It would allow us to quadruple the railgun shell yield. Did the ship just flicker, or was it my imagination? Did we just have a power flicker? That cannot be the case. Let's click a power pole. Yeah, no, there's no way. We got one accumulator on board, so we can see if that ever contributes to power. Just a single watt, it will be in this, on this side. That way we can see if there ever was a power brownout. That is the entire reason that accumulator is on board. Okay, so we definitely did not black out. Okay, so this power line presumably will be going up over time. We shouldn't be in trouble just yet for sure. If we are in trouble already, then we're going to really be in trouble once we're a couple 100,000 kilometers out. Okay, 30k towards the shattered planet. I know there's one more for 60k and then that's it, right? So I'm not really sure how far you are supposed to fly out to do the thing. But we are going to be flying out pretty far. And yeah, the thing is, of course, we only have laser damage 8 so far. We don't have any, like, significant amount of infinite damage upgrades on anything. We've got laser damage 8 and I think we got railgun shell damage 2, which is enough to one-shot the Prometheum asteroids. Alright, so some of those which we miss, if they come in range, we will laser them. Because if we fly slow enough, then those might actually graze the edge of the ship down here. So we are not ignoring unlisted targets here. Just in case one of these tends to come in too close. Especially on the way back when the speed is not constant and just shifting a little bit. That can have a big effect on some of these asteroids' shifty behavior. It's starting to look nice already. I think it's time to put the FPS counter back. Okay, we are still trying to speed up the game. When we're looking at this, my maximum UPS at a zoomed out level is pretty close to 60 already. When we are not looking at it, it is about 86, 7, something like that. Let's go back to normal speed. Alright. I can yap a little bit more about the ship before we actually go to the Biterek stuff. Okay, I just found my Excel sheet which explains how do I get 1800 SPM from this ship when we are not producing SPMs like a lot of the time. Right, so the flight plan for the ship, it has approximately a 13 to 14 hour turnaround time. So we should reach the required amount of asteroids normally around 334,000 kilometers out. The first trip is going to be longer because we need to buffer the first 100,000 asteroids. So the predicted distance to go out is 355,000 kilometers on the first trip. So basically we are going on a 1.6 million chunk cycle with a 100,000 K buffer. And this fits slightly over 1.7 million. That is how we do it. You see one line of green pixels here. That is how far we currently are towards 900k. And then we need to fill that up another time before the belt is actually full. Of course, we're going to catch more and more asteroids over time. We're going to be exceeding 2 green belts per site on the densest areas, I'm pretty sure. We still don't see any asteroids even have made it to this point, even the ones on the green belts. So the front ones are over here. We can visualize that. Or we can talk about this ship all day. Show transport line gaps. That's where the asteroids currently are. So a couple ones. These are the frontmost asteroids at the moment. I guess we can sometimes use that just to visualize what's going on. And those are like all... There's no way those are in yellow belts. Those are all green belters. At some point we should have some blue belters there over here. Red belters over here. Yellow belters, they are still very far in the back. Oh boy. So there's nothing... None of the asteroids have even made it to the second column of the 6 they need to traverse. And we're already 50,000 kilometers out. I wonder how long it will take before one asteroid will be actually physically inside this science thing. Alright, so about 350k kilometers, then we'll turn around and come back. Normally it should be 334, so that means we can calculate the flight time, right? So if we fly out 334,000 kilometers, we also need to fly those 334,000 kilometers back. And then we have another 290,000 kilometers of travel distance in the inner solar system. Which means a total flight distance round trip of about, let's call that 960k. And we divide it by, let's say, 70 kilometers a second, which is our trip, our speed. That is like... So this is our flight time in seconds, right? The flight itself should not take too long, actually. The flight itself should only take about 4 hours. Okay, so then we're not going to have enough quantum processors on Aquilo yet by the time we return. We'll see how that goes, but that is how it looks at the moment. 29,000. Yeah, it should be 69.69. It doesn't make much of a difference, I suppose. Oh, we have the 100,000 kilometers, right? Okay, let's go to the space map to be sure. 15,000 kilometers. Did I type 29,000? I don't think I did. This is 45,000. This is 100,000 kilometers. That's 145. And then back again, 290k. 290k seems correct, so let's see if I actually typed it wrong then. Yeah, we got the third achievement. So 334 times 2 plus 290. Yeah, 960k. So 958,000, let's do it precisely, divided by 69.69 kilometers per second. 13,000 seconds is, yeah, about, let's say 4 hours. A 4-hour flight time. Alright. We are supposed to be processing 1.6 million asteroids per cycle, whereas my assemblers can do 16 Prometheum chunks per second. In the mouse over, it's visible here, 16. So I have some weird speed beacons and modules here, just so that this has exactly the maximum speed these inserters can keep up with, instead of like overshooting it drastically like this assembler does. So that means I'm not sure if these are going to grab 2 items per second or 1.92. The rotation speed suggests 1.92. In practice they often do exactly 2 items per second though. So I hope that if the belts are just constantly full, they are going to be inserting constantly at the maximum rate. I haven't tested that though, so that remains to be seen. We could of course always, it's fairly simple to just copy this part of the ship and just make the entire thing longer by 1 asteroid collector. As such. The ship is specifically designed to be able to do that. I can just cut it in the middle, put another section in between, and we could that way we could solve the issue if I miscalculated my SPM range. So we should actually we should take that we should take the exact amount then. I'm gonna take 960 because we have some startup time. Okay, that's basically 3 hours and 5/6 of an hour. So 3 hours 50 minutes, right? Thanks Mark Free for the basis money. Alright, so let's put that in the flight time. 960,000 kilometers divided by 69.69 kilometers per second equals 3 hours 50 minutes. Do we have a clock? Yes. Not really sure where to put it. I guess we'll put it somewhere off to the side a lot. Alright. Then we got the Aquilo quantum processor loading time. We need 80,000 quantum processors. We're launching them up with 2 rocket silos, so that's 400 per double launch. Which means we need to do 200 double launches. I think at maximum speed it takes about half a minute per rocket. So that is 100 minutes on Aquilo, which we could diminish if we just build more rocket silos, I suppose. That's 100 minutes. That was easy. So Aquilo time. We do have an Aquilo. Load time 80,000 divided by let's just make it 1 hour 40 minutes. Okay, that means this basically should be the shattered planet symbol. Basically asteroid collection time. Oh, it's flight time. It's total flight time. Alright, and then the big one, the Novice one. We're gonna spend most of the time above Novice to process 1.6 million asteroids. Into science at a rate of 64 per second. We've got 4 of these doing 16 chunks a second each. So we're gonna assume 64 a second. That's 25,000 seconds of science, of doing science above Novice with the asteroids that are on board. That is literally almost 7 hours worth of asteroids which are going to be processed into science. We're going to have a little bit of lag in launching up Biterex. Let's call that 7 hours then. That's literally like a handful of minutes away from 7 hours. So science time on Novice that we're actually making the science is 25,000 seconds or 7 hours basically. Alright. So now we know the entirety of the time is just the total of those 3. Total time, that's where the clock should be, is 3 hours 50 plus 1 hours 40 plus 7 hours flat equals, is like 10, 11 hours, 11 and a half hours, right? Something is very off with my calculations. This does not reflect what I calculated by myself at all, so I'm probably off somewhere. It's 12 and a half hours. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 1 and a half is 12 and a half hours. Still faster, I think, than I designed for. Right, so how much science packs are we truly making in that entire cycle of 12 and a half hours? So we need to severely overproduce 1800 SPM for the time we're above Novice. We're only producing science for 7 hours. And then we have 5.5 hours of resupply time between batches. So let's okay, now we're gonna find out that this entire ship is completely wrong, I'm afraid. I guess this should also account for the amount of science packs coming out, but I guess we can do better. We can just precisely count that. If we consume 16 chunks, we're gonna make 10 science packs out of 25 Prometheum chunks, but we have a productivity bonus of 128%. So let's say 25 chunks. Usually are worth 10 science packs, but now they are worth 22.8 science packs. So if we got 1.6 million chunks, they're worth 1,450 or 1 mil, almost 1.5 million science packs. Now we just need to divide that number by the amount of minutes that 12.5 hours is, which is 750 minutes, right? 600 minutes for 10 hours, 720 is 750. Please be 1800 or more, please, please, please. Okay, it is 1800 or more. It is significantly more. So we should be alright. So that is kind of how I got to that this ship should be able to supply 1800 SPM. Like, a little bit wobbly though in my... What does it say in my Excel? How did I calculate the trip time? I think I accidentally just doubled the estimated trip time here. Flight time, round trip. I don't know, it doesn't seem wrong. I guess we'll just we cannot really experimentally verify that right now. I should have at least put something interesting on the background like this. Have we already sustained any damage? We are reading out the damage. We have not taken any damage just yet, so that's good. Right. How many asteroids are on board? 35k. Right. Asteroids are efficiently on the second part. Looks like none of them are okay there. That might be the first ones coming down the bottom belt. I know. Looks like 2 asteroids have already made it, so this is how it's looking right now. Some of them are getting a head start. I guess only 1 in 16 asteroids choose the green part. And then only 1 in 64 choose the green part. Like this guy over here. So some of them are going to be severe front runners. How is the asteroid density looking? Still not very dense. You can already see a difference though. This is the density now. And when we look back, peer back through our telescopes to the distant universe, we look back in time and we see that the asteroid density was only this dense several dozens of minutes ago, I suppose. And the asteroids were non-existent at this stage still. Okay, so that's gonna be a nice representation over time. Over 100,000 kilometers in, and none of the asteroids are even close yet to the center. Yeah, we do have a lot of cargo base. On this ship at least. Yeah, there is a hard ceiling though to how much science we can produce. I guess they have 14.5 SPM approximately times 4 science per second. So the max production rate of these assemblers working non-stop, ignoring everything else like flight time and collection. If they were always working, we could only do 3480 SPM. That is the absolute limit of the current challenge restrictions, which are rare red inserters with stack size 1. So we cannot go faster than that. So if I want to double my science per minute, this ship is not going to be able to do it. We need a second ship, or, you know, research. The fast inserters are not going to help, but the stack size is going to help a lot. That should be enough. We don't even need to build fast inserters or bulk inserters. If we just get a hand... Oh no, wait. Hand size of 2 does not exist for asteroids. Okay, so we do need actual... Wait. Can this not be faster then? If the hand size is limited to 1, 2 long-handed inserters are the same speed. That's 432 degrees a second. The same base speed as 1 fast inserter by itself. But I can fit 2 in a line, where I can fit only 1 fast inserter. What about the stack inserters? Also 864. Okay, so that might just be the limit then, if we choose direct. That just might be the limit then. No matter which inserters we use. I think also bulk or stack inserters cannot pick up more than 1 asteroid at a time, right? Does it? Do they? How the heck do you produce like hundreds of thousands of physical science packs then, if that is the limit? Right, I guess... Normally you don't produce it live out of the hub. That is how you do it. to launch up the eggs go on a belt, and you have many assemblers producing and then putting the science back into the hub over time, I suppose. Still seems pretty limited. Testing right now, alright, then I won't go into editor mode. Oh no, speed is up again. Means we need to delete more stuff. And no, wait, we need to add back stuff. Let's add 10 more tiles. Per side. Okay, that drops us back down to the only correct speed again. Okay. The Johnnies are waiting for me. The ship is apparently returning in way less time than it was before. Let's save exactly on 125,000 K. Just to have another point. So we were near the solar system edge at 574.39. That's exactly half an hour ago. So we traveled roughly 125,000 kilometers in half an hour. That's 250,000 kilometers per hour. Which indeed suggests a flight time of only 4 hours. I think my Excel is wrong then. That's good. It's good it's wrong in the right direction at least. That means this ship is way larger than it needed to be. We probably could have done with like less in one of these directions, but oh well, it's built now, so we're gonna keep it. I think all asteroid belts are filled to the brim. I have optimized for Prometheum asteroid catch rate. The only place where there is no asteroid collector is here. I couldn't fit it without compromising defenses. So we have a tiny spot here where some of the chunks will not be collected. But so be it. But for we are only collecting like non-Prometheum chunks every so often. So there are no Prometheum chunks even getting close to not getting caught so far. All of them that do explode do get caught. We've got some of those back rank ones. Those will be collected as well. Oh, it's already looking denser. How far are we? 60k. And okay, that sank my heart for a moment. That is an expansion settling back into my territory though. They are gonna make a nice behemoth biter base. It is outside of my pollution cloud. So yeah, the decoy expansion chunk system is not gonna hold forever. That is definitely clear. But you know, we can simply, fairly simply disable them again. Alright, let's check What is the result of the test? Absolutely nothing I can do will get them above without extra quality. Oh yeah, so we can technically be faster with legendary quality. That's about it. What's your accent? It's Dutch. I guess pretty soon we're gonna have a supercut 10-hour video of the 1000X series as well. There's no way I can fit everything in one video, so it's gonna be 2 parts. I guess one is gonna be Escape from Novice, which probably ends at the next episode, somewhere in the middle of it, before dropping to Vulcanus. Then the second part is probably all the interplanetary stuff. It should fit. It was 270 hours to the solar system, or sorry, to Vulcanus, and then another 270 hours to finish the game. So technically that should all fit. Okay. Okay, I think procrastination time is out. Let's start thinking about biters. Biter X time. I cannot stop watching this. Of all the turrets which use up ammo, railguns are definitely the least obnoxious turrets to listen to. I still remember the flight to the Shattered Planet which we did in the new player experience. That was, I lowered the specific sound volumes for weaponry for that playthrough because all the explosions were just too much, man. But the railguns are nice, they have nice sound effects. Of course the lasers. Lasers are lasers. Look, I'm doing stuff. We're dropping to a planet, right? I don't know how many hours of playtime I have. I bought Factorio before it was on Steam. And I specifically did not link it to Steam because I don't want to know how many hours I have. Alright, back on the planet. I guess we're gonna stay here for a while, so we should also drop my armor. I don't think there's anything else we need to do. If we're dropping the armor, I should also pick it up, shouldn't I? There we go. Science still going strong. Guess we can do a global science. Disable this one, disable Gleba science. Okay, cryo is going up since more chests are getting empty. That is normal. Disable. I guess this is a military tech. I don't know if I have enough military science in stock. We actually did never build military science up to 1800 SPM. I think everything is looking okay. Alright, so we do start to have UPS issues. I try to speed it up. We get 63 UPS. We are literally on the limit of performance right now, with all the science packs active and the ship being out there destroying asteroids. So that means we finally will have a reason to start researching fast and further. You know, as soon as a couple levels of research productivity are in, that's going to be more important. Okay, biter time, I suppose. I guess let's keep on producing. This is Biterex, right? Let's keep on producing space platforms with any spare steel we've got on Norvis. In case we ever need to build a second ship, it would be nice to have the appropriate amount of platforms available. That's only 20, 40, 60, 80, that's 100. That is still not enough space platforms, even if all of these chests were entirely filled to copy that platform there. Let's quickly see if any of these stack sizes have diminished yet. Okay, not even repair packs, no pipes. Looks like nothing has been used up yet. Alright, that's good. Alright. Okay, so this part of the game I never did before. That is why we have been procrastinating as hard as we have. Technically, these should just be placeable, right? I have still not decided if I want to use the placeable ones or if I'm just going to use the natural ones. Since we do have the natural ones, you know, we do have a lot of natural ones just sitting around everywhere. On the other side, it's going to be pretty hard to like properly build the eggs in. So what should we do? We just decided that 7 out of the 12.5 hours are going to be spent above Norvis. So we might just produce eggs continuously. And then just, I think that's the easiest thing to do, is just produce eggs continuously. And during the 5.5 hours the ship is away, we'll just destroy the eggs. But the production, just like Gleba basically, should just continue all the time, regardless of if we are shipping signs or not. Production should continue. That means we should be producing eggs at a rate of the production speed of these assemblers rather than using 1800 SPM. Which apparently means 6.4 biter eggs per second, if we look at the mouse over stats for this machine. Times 4. That's a nice power of 2, that is 25.6 eggs per second. Let's put it in the calculator, just to be sure. Because we should definitely not mismatch this. Eggs stay fresh if you leave them in the nest, yeah, but I don't have circuit network available. So we also cannot do advanced circuit networks to decide when the eggs should come out. They're just gonna come. So 6.4 times 4. 25.6 eggs a second. I do remember, we'll check that as well, but you produce half an egg per second per biter base, which means we need at least 52 of the things to produce eggs constantly. So first question, what do we need to produce 52 of these things? I guess some capture bot rockets. We need biter eggs already. To make captive biter spawners, you need to make them in a cryo plant with the fluid. We have some barrels left of that, so we can just use those. Are those productivity modulable? I'm gonna say no. Let's try anyway. I guess we can just reuse the railgun setup right here, why not? Oh, I cannot put that recipe in there. It would be weird if that was productivity modulable, so I'm gonna assume they're not. That means... I guess we're just collecting it by hand again. Do captive biter spawners spoil if you are not placing them? Doesn't appear so. That they turn back into regular biter spawners in your inventory. I think I want to make 60 of them. We might just overproduce X a little. And 60 is a nice number which should get to a nice design. So that's 900 uranium. Yes, they hatch? No, that's the biter. Do they hatch into... What? No. No. Do they? Spoilable. Spoil times 30 minutes. I thought that was for the biter eggs. Oh no, maybe it's not for the biter eggs. They spoil into a behemoth biter. They do. Oh, F me. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so that means we need to decide on the design first before we actually build it. And once we build it, we need to be ready to bioflux it. So we do need to set up automated bioflux from Gleba. We can probably just leech that off the existing Gleba build and prepare one additional rocket or something. And just bring that in on the Gleba ship. That's what I'm hoping at least. I thought this was for the biter eggs, but the biter eggs, I always was confused because this spoils into a behemoth biter, the biter eggs spawn into a big biter. Okay, they do spoil. I do have bioflux in reserve in the form of these capture bot rockets. They were intended for making more productivity modules, but I don't think I'll be needing anytime soon. I've got like 1,000 of the things now. So we can just recycle this back into 5 bioflux per spawner. Per rocket. To start off. Alright, so let's just start putting some stuff down. So we need to insert bioflux. How am I going to keep the bioflux fresh though? I guess we just overproduce. Well, we'll think about that a bit later. Bioflux goes in. Biter eggs come out. Of regular quality, should be. And at a rate of half a second, I can use any inserter, that means. I guess we'll offset that. Who put chests and railguns on my belt slots? Alright, let's pretend that it looks like this. And then the biter eggs need to get launched. I guess we'll make just a small concept build before trying anything at the scale of 60 of those things, because I have no idea how it's going to go. Probably just want a separate rocket silo for the biter eggs. If they are going to be making half a biter egg a second, this is 1 biter egg a second. Biter eggs launch by the 500. So technically we can almost use the full spoil time on Novies. Could we just do direct insertion into rocket silos? No, that would be bad, because then they will spoil in there. Oh boy, this is going to be more complicated than I thought. How do I prevent the biter eggs from rotting in the silo when the ship is gone? Of course I can take out stuff again, right? I think I need to make a rocket silo. I'm manually gonna grab the stuff again. A little bit embarrassing at this point of the game. At least you learn the recipes if you do it like that. Quality rocket silos are overrated. You cannot pick up a spawn. Alright, that's good to know. Yeah, the spawners will turn hostile if not fed. We could have a safety mechanism with the walls around it, I suppose. Alright, I think I know what to do. I think I know how to handle this. It's gonna be logistics system. We are just gonna plop them in a storage chest. And then have bots bring them out to a set of buffer chests next to a rocket silo. I don't exactly know how it's gonna look, but let's pretend it looks like this. I think I do want a number of inserters that's divisible by 10. So we always insert exactly the same amount. We could have a lead follower system or something. Let's actually just grab some inventory so we can build some stuff. Alright. Hello, science packs. Buffer chests. Right. Where's Roboport area? Let's try to design this in the Roboport area. It needs to be pretty small, I think. Just in case the bots want to put stuff in there. Alright, so then the plan is request Biterex. For all of them. I guess let's first do this then. So this guy will enable, I guess this guy will just always work, but we'll switch him off to start. So we'll just manually switch them off. We will read hand contents. I guess just pulse should do the trick. Then for all the other ones, we shall not read hand contents, but we will enable it if bitereg equals 1. Alright. So if I do this with something else, not by the rack. It looks like I copied the wrong stuff. Do not read hand contents, just enable if, let's say, green chip equals 1. That means these will not grab anything unless this guy grabs a green chip. So if I flick this guy, if I flick that guy on, just take that out. So normally it should be on, it reads it for 1 tick. So the moment it grabs the green chip, it's waiting for source items. Okay, it's waiting for source items because this is set on automatic. So now it should work. Okay, so we insert 10 chips. Of course, the only problem is all of these chests should have biter racks then, because if they don't, okay, this is not gonna work. It is gonna work. I can make it work, but the problem is it doesn't matter if we insert in batches of 10, because if the ship just leaves and there are exactly 420 biter racks in here, there are still 420 biter racks in there, which means the launch cannot happen and the biter racks need to be removed. So yeah, I don't need to do any of this really. So what do I do then? I think we can still use the buffer chests thing, which request biter racks, and then just freely insert them into the silo. However, that is all fine. And I think the difference should be something else. Let's just do this. Have one in the middle instead. So we are going to be launching biter racks at the rate we are producing them. Spoiled first. Okay, we should be requesting more biter racks then. We're going to be producing how many biter racks? It was 25.6 per second, right? Alright, so how many biter racks can I produce before they spoil? Is this times half an hour. So that's 46,000 biter racks can be sitting in these chests before the first one spoils, approximately. So that means we can have multiple stacks in here. Let's say 1,000. So now we have 16,000 biter racks capacity. They will be divided into 10 stacks. And each of them... Thank you, inserter. That was exactly what I wanted. They will be divided into 10 stacks. Each of them will have a different spoil percentage. We are launching the ones that are spoiled first up into space. And then the only thing we need to do is something like this. We are requesting 1,000. So we can set this guy. It doesn't really matter how, but let's say if there's more than 500 biter racks in here, will recycle them into nothing. That's a stupid way to do it maybe, but I think it should work. So these things are producing Biterex constantly. These are storage chests. The bots will be bringing them to the buffer chests until there's 1k in here, but there's never gonna be 1k in here because as soon as there's 500 in there, we're gonna be recycling them. That should be 500, not 5k. There is still a little bit of fine-tuning to do. This goes per chest, I suppose. Like, are the recyclers fast enough and that kind of shenanigans? But I think in principle that should work without any circuit stuff. And since these are free to grab, as long as there's less than 500 in there, these will not be wasting Biterex. They will be launched into space. So then we just got to make sure we can launch enough Biterex. So we need to figure out how many rocket silos we need and how many recyclers we need. And that basically does it, I think. Am I wrong? Bots distribute equally over buffer chests. With the idea for the lead follower system was to probably make the other ones requester chests and then make one the buffer chest. So the requester chest would get priority and the buffer chest would get the last priority, which means there's always Biterex in the other ones. But it looks like we don't need that lead follower system. We do still want a way to take Biterex out of the silos. There's two options. We can either do that manually and just put a green wire between them. To switch that off, and then just if we want to enable them, we switch off the green wire. If I if I want to do it automatically, I need to overproduce Biterex, which is fine. We are overproducing Gleba signs as well. Basically doing the same method over here. So this is the output of Gleba signs. We have like 24 super fast inserters here. Well, display through fast inserters, outputting the signs. Then the labs take all what they need. These are then the rockets which launch it up to the ship. And then we could have these guys taking Biterex out of the rocket silos slowly again and then wasting them. I guess we don't need to recycle them, we can just put them in heating towers, right? That would be way better than recycling them. But remember, recycling is kinda slow. We had a lot of recyclers here. This is 21 biter bases producing X and we had like 20 recyclers there, so that's a 1-to-1 ratio. Maybe the heating towers will be faster. They can burn Biterex. Biterex have how much? 6 megajoules. So these can eat up like more than 2.5 Biterex per second. Right, so that is out of the question. These are in of the question. That does make the entire system a little bit more annoying. On the other side, now this also could fit on here, directly into a heating tower. We're gonna fit 5 stacks in here as well. And if these also take spoiled first... They should be able to take 500 Biter-X out of there before they spoil. In fact, if I want to go with the slowest option, just spoiled first, we're always taking them out. How long does this guy take out 500 Biter-X? Basically 10 minutes, so that should be alright. So then we need to overproduce Biter-X a little. So we first need to determine how many rocket silos we need to launch up everything. That might be just one. Alright, so it's numbers time again. We need 25.6 times 2. So 51.2, let's round it. We need 52 bases producing X to launch up into space. We need to insert 52 a second as well. 52 a second, if a rocket launch can happen only once every 30 seconds, that is... How many Biter-X? 1560. So we need at least 4 rocket silos. Because each rocket can only carry 500 Biter-X, so we need over 3 rocket silos working at maximum speed all of the time to launch up the Biter-X. That could be a problem. I don't know if this part was designed to keep up with that. But then again, we won't be launching all of the time. Alright, so that means if we need 4 of these systems, we're gonna have 4 inserters grabbing Biter-X out of there. But these are gonna be faster. Let's say that's 1 per second. That means we need 4 Biter-X per second extra. That's exactly the 60 we were planning to build. So 4 Biter-X per second, which we are just gonna draw out of there. In addition to the ones we launch. That means we need 8 extra Biter-X spawners. With the 52 we needed, that's exactly 60. Theoretically. Insert directly from spawners to silos. Yeah, but then I still need to draw them out of the silos. And I still will be feeding them the Boflux regardless, so it doesn't really matter. We can just heat it up. Should be fine. I think we're just gonna use that. I know you can do you can do some more advanced reading, but I like to just keep it super dumb, really. Okay, then we just gotta find a place to make 60 of those things. So we could also do the Boflux with bots then. These last a minute, I think, on one Boflux. Boflux takes a lot of time to spoil. 2 hours. Let's say it arrives here with 1 hour left. That means... wait, that Boflux is gonna stack though. So that is an issue. What happens if Boflux spoils in a biter spawner? That is another issue. I guess we need to take out spoilage then as well. That is very annoying. I don't want that. I guess we don't technically need the filter on there. Do we have a filter on here? Does it take out Boflux again? Okay, I did not use filters on these, so we don't take Boflux out of there. I don't know what happens though when Boflux spoils. I'm presuming we're gonna need to take out the spoilage. So for now, that is what we need to take out, but we'll delete the filters for the actual build. But we can still have it in here, just to see what's intended. Alright. In that case, I think for compactness, we are probably just gonna have these inserters instead. And then we gotta figure out like a nice pattern. I think this would be nice. That doesn't fit enough inserters though. I guess each of these... it could fit enough inserters. We cannot power the inserters though. Unless we use burner inserters. No, let's not use burner inserters. Okay, we can use a little bit larger thing with like 2 chests in the middle. Something like that would be possible. We're not going to be drawing equally, but it doesn't really matter. Also, by doing 4 byte racks at a time, that should be 1 bot flight per 4 byte racks, so that does hardly matter, but it is bot flight efficient to do this. So that could be something. Let's use regular wooden power poles, so everything will blow the F up as soon as a biter egg thing is deleted. Wait, I did not check one. Before we go for this design, we should check the inserter speed. I guess if we're building 4 silos, they should be able to keep up. We just need to know 12 inserters working at about 2 items a second to 24 items a second. So it will take him 21 seconds to insert 500 byte racks. I guess this guy is going to draw out 30 byte racks in that time. But that still should... yeah, this will load faster than the rocket can launch, for sure. Alright, so let's find a little bit of a clearer area. We can also do some stupid rocket silo loop. We still need to feed the rocket silos. Not sure I like that. We can try the rocket silos on the outside. Get it slightly better. Wouldn't it be nice though? You know, that requires us to go for more than 60 byte rack assemblers, but we could just throw all of it out into the middle instead of doing this. Then we could up the loading speed a little by doing that. That's a lot of byte racks though. I guess it's going to be 500 per chest. Up to 72 chests. 36,000 biter eggs. So we want to be careful that the biter eggs don't already start spoiling in here. Too hard. I think we should limit... we should not add the extra ones. How many biter eggs did we need again? 25.6 a second. So we'll have 46,000 active biter eggs at a time before they spoil. And now we're going to be storing up to 500 per chest. It's 24,000. Alright, so that means all biter eggs should be destroyed before they're half spoiled. This is probably the weirdest biter egg system you've seen to date. So that is... I do not watch how other people do stuff. Which often leads to me making the most horrible contraptions, and you know, 1% of the time a new method comes out which turns out to be useful, like the infinite productivity glitch or whatever. But yeah, most of the time it's it's just a very janky way to do stuff. So excuse me. We did decide 12 loaders would be fast enough to keep up with the rockets. We do need a beacon on these things. Are we... Okay, we're not productivity module Mark 3 yet. We did have power issues, that was the same. I do think we are going to be upgrading to Mark 3 productivity modules. That should account for the... At least these ones should have Mark 3 productivity modules, I feel. So let's throw some in. And see what it takes to get this back to 1.80 something rocket parts a second. I think it is probably 2 beacons with Mark 3 speed modules. Oh no, it's only 1 beacon. That's 1.88 rocket parts a second. So that is... Now that means we're making rockets faster than that the launch animation can launch the rocket. So that's already good enough. Dang it, now I want a single beacon in the middle of the rocket silos. I guess we'll do it inefficient. We're gonna need a power line in there anyway. Oh, we're gonna have to be careful. We're making another rotational design. So you never know what that leads to. That could be the design. I mean, we have a requester chest set up, so we could expand this logistics network a little. This could be the area for the biter eggs then. And then the silo area can go up here. Behind the labs, that would actually be nice. Just align it with the bottom, that actually fits pretty nicely. Okay, that's not bad at all. And that does mean the requester chest for rocket parts. Oh wait, we are going to be making... That needs some fast insertion as well then. We need to eat up over 3 items per second. 1.14 of each. I guess we could do 2 long-handed or just a single... I think we will do a single dedicated one. Okay, it is slightly annoying. That needs to be on the inside. I guess it doesn't need to be. We can do this. Yeah, we can do that. Place it on the outside. How's the ship doing anyway? Let's take a look. 300,000 kilometers, and none of the Prometheum asteroid chunks have made it to the center yet. Let's take a look at the time chamber. Okay, that is much better. How is this looking out here? Pretty safe. We have sped up yet again. Maybe eventually everything evens out again, and we do need to put all the space platforms on board as designed. Let's see if it drops down to below 6969. So how many chunks are on board anyway? Let's check that first. 354,000 chunks are on board. And none of them have made it yet to the center. This is the frontmost chunks. These have basically chosen the green belt on all 6 attempts. So 1 to 4 to the power of 6 against that they have chosen all green belts all the time. But those are the only ones that are flowing in here yet. Okay, and then it gets quite wide. Let's look at the time machine. This is what we're getting right now. This density. A little bit ago it was this density. That is significantly less. Over here. Over here. Over here. Again, significantly less dense. Over here, there's almost nothing. And then it's really almost nothing. And then this one is still completely empty. Almost completely empty. No asteroids are inside yet. 364. 365,000 on the belt. Let's look how long that takes to take up the 366. Can we like count the seconds or whatever? 57. 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1,000 asteroids in 6 seconds, approximately. 1,000 chunks per 6 seconds. So we are gathering somewhere between 150 and 200 chunks per second now. And half of that looks like this. Pretty good. No damage yet, I think. Do we have damage yet? No damage yet. Okay, that's awesome. We don't even have laser damage 9 yet, so perhaps we don't need it. It's only less than 60 UPS because I'm streaming and looking at this, right? Or is it? Yeah, it's 60 UPS, that's 60. Can I just... Come on, give me 60. Okay, we just need to be researching something else when the ship is out. Right, what were we doing? We were doing this. I think that's starting to look pretty nice. So now we need I guess we'll just use requester chests for the rocket parts. We do have passive providers. We could be using buffer chests. We'll use requesters which do not request from buffer chests in this case. We only want to request from the passive providers. So 2 rocket launches worth of stuff. Approximately. I think we need more rocket fuel to be able to do this, unless we upgrade everything. Alright, so this guy can do 1.33 items a second. We need to do 1.14 items a second, so that should be good. Blue chips, LDS. rocket fuel, that's probably alright. Let's rotate those around. We just need to expand Roboport coverage a little bit. Or build it higher. Oh, where does it end anyway? It ends there. Okay, we do need to extend Roboport coverage quite a bit. So perhaps we do have to integrate it in the design then. Somehow everything is powered. This also exactly fits, so we could do this then. To keep it rotational. Behind the chest, behind the chest, behind the chest, behind the chest, like this then. Now it sticks out below the beacon line though, that is slightly annoying. I guess that there's not too much we can do about it unless we bother. So what if we move it a little? Could move it up all the way to here. Or here. That aligns with the heat pipes. Okay, I think we'll do it like this then. We cannot connect the heat pipes from those. Well, we could, but I don't think that will look nice. This will just be heating towers. We might have a heat pipe field in the center here. And that will heat up. I think that will look nice. Alright, I think that is the finalized design. Actually, we do also need to stay separate from this Roboport area here. Which might... The biter act things is maybe going to be a little bit more involved then. We do need more than 60. We added 8. So these can potentially take 1.2 items a second, right? And they might do more. With the chest to chest, the inventory to inventory thing. Let's go with 1.2 anyway. Which means we now need 4.8 byte racks. That's 10 extra. 10 extra byte bases, that means 62. If you build 64, we have 12 extra, which means 6 extra byte racks a second. Those are never going to take 6 per second if they are of common, if these are of common quality. So let's go with 64 then. 64 is also a very griddable amount of these things. Let's just get a sense of the scale, I suppose. They could actually connect like that with the power lines. That's 16. I'm not sure that is going to fit a Roboport grid, but we can try. That's pretty compact. If that fits, the power lines fit as well. Common quality power lines. I think a Roboport should actually fit around that. Yeah, we do reach the center. So we can do some rotational Roboports. We just need to be sure not to connect to that side. This is going to be more compact than I thought. I think we need to get rid of this oil pipeline. That is going to be just annoyingly and unthematically in the way now. How are we doing? I think we are almost at the turnaround point. We are not at all near the turnaround point. Okay, I think that's where the discrepancy is coming from with the Excel stuff. I said before the flight time would be twice as long. Yeah, it should be a Alright. I see. I'm looking in the wrong column here. Alright, so we should have 450k asteroids, about 355k out, which is what we have. Yeah, 350k out, 450k asteroids about. We need to go out way deeper. That's the problem. Oh, that could invalidate the entire thing again. At least we will have enough quantum processors by the time we get back on Aquilo. So that's the positive. We need to fly out almost 500,000 kilometers. And on average it should be 472,000 kilometers. I had two columns, one for asteroids, one for distance, and one for round trip distance. That's three columns. I guess I looked at the round trip distance instead of the single trip distance. So we need to fly out 472k kilometers. That has some consequences for this thing over here. That increases the flight time. So it's basically 472 times 2. Can I type 472 plus 290? So it's 1234,000 kilometers, or over a million, at 69.69 kilometers a second. Is 17,000 seconds. That is where the discrepancy came from. So that's a flight time of, let's say, 5 hours. It's still different than I have in my Excel. So I'm not sure what's going on. What was the old distance? In the old distance we went out 355. Yeah, we only go out marginally further. We're going to be collecting so many more asteroids per second out here. So I guess we'll update the flight time to 5 hours flat. We cannot quite say it's 4 hours 50. So let's say 5 hours flat. Low time 1 hour 40, above Norvis 7 hours. So we have a total time of 13 hours and 40 minutes. Okay, so now we need to do the science thing again. So we have 1.6 million signs divided by 2.5 multiplied by the productivity bonus, which this much science on board in terms of Prometheum science chunks. And then we need to divide it by 780 by 820 minutes instead of 750. And that is slightly under 1800 SPM. Ever so slightly. Okay, what would be the good one? I think what I did is actually, we are gonna have like some byte racks on board still when we're gonna be flying out again. Yeah, we're gonna have some byte racks on board if we're flying out. So that, I think that will bump me across the 1800 SPM mark. If not, we could just decrease the load time on Aquilo to half by adding 2 rocket silos. It's not too difficult. Alternatively, we could eliminate the load time on Aquilo completely if we just have a different ship pick up quantum processors and just drop them to Norvis and relaunch them up to the Prometheum ship. So we can get rid of the load time on Aquilo completely. That's another factor we have. think to start off, this is going to be close enough and we can manipulate our way out of that later. We could simply fly a little bit faster or turn around like 50,000 asteroids later or something like that. Or just leave a little bit later. If we just leave a little bit later. I guess we're gonna stay above Norvis a little bit longer then as well. But we could just process 50,000 asteroids extra per trip. And then just go for the 1.7 million instead of 1.6. Okay, we can manipulate our way out of that. Alright, so we still have a ways to go. We're literally going then 1/8 of the distance to the shattered planet, the place where you're not supposed to be able to get. Just to collect Prometheum asteroids with a fairly low-tech ship, only rare quality, hardly any infinite upgrades, definitely. And no rocket turrets, no... I guess we still have area of effect turrets with the railguns. So far it's looking sweet. Alright, let's go back to Norvis then. This should work, I'm convinced. So we need... that's basically the biter egg launching facility. You can see how experienced I am with these by the time it takes me to find the thing in the effing menu. Let's put it there. Biter egg launch facility. Okay. Yeah, was this a complete blueprint? I guess they could be active provider chests, but I don't really want to chance that. I think my oil graph is destroyed, right? Actually, we are using more oil than we're producing. With all science packs active, it appears. Yeah, we are. Okay, so we don't have a flat oil production graph anymore. Because the tanks, I just let them fill up. But now we're doing all sciences, so we are using more oil than we are producing. I probably don't really want to interrupt oil production too much to get this out of the way. I'm just gonna hand collect again. I'm sorry folks, but that's just how it is. 3 more rocket silos. And again, I don't care about quality for rocket silos. They're maxed out anyway. But we do need some Mark III speed modules. Some of these productivities, I mean. Guess some speeds as well. I think we still have those. And most of the rest of the stuff I should have on me, except for the heating towers. And we need 5 of them. Do I have 5 heating towers? I have no idea if I actually have those. No, it doesn't appear that we have any. Okay, how do we make those? Can we make those or do we need to make those on Gleba? Ah, okay, now we can make them here. Alright. That's another 100 concrete. There's some heat pipes. I don't think I have any heat. I do have heat pipes. Oh, we have a lot of heat pipes. Yeah, we automated those for Aquilo. And boilers, we need stone. I'm not going to touch my stone furnaces. 5 heating towers. There we go. Now let's quickly get all of that garbage out of the inventory again. I think the rest we probably should have on us. I think we can go out there. We have already dropped below 400k green chips. Let's quickly take a look at processing units. Okay, we made about 4k. Not too many. I guess they're sometimes still working, actually. Because we are still generating more of these. So let's just let that rip on. I don't want to construct this yet. So let's also put it into a blueprint. Okay, the chest types are not correct. But yeah, we'll deal with that later. This might not work. I didn't really think it fully through just yet. It is the production facility then. I need 9 heating towers. Ah, yeah, you're right. Can I already make him? I need more concrete, I think. Ah, 2 boilers per heat. Per heating tower. Right. That should do the trick. There's probably more than 30 heat pipes in the middle here. 63, alright, so I wouldn't have had enough already. We'll take that. Yeah, and I probably want to build this closer by. Because otherwise it's not dangerous enough. But that... should be it. We need the roboports. How is power going to be connected? Power is going to be connected through here. Right, so I don't have the roboports. We have a charging vest here already, so I probably don't want to take those. I could just take these to... probably need... yeah, let's just make a couple new ones. Roboports, steel, gears, and what was the other thing? Red chips, I think. Again, too expensive to just have sitting around, so we'll do this again. On demand. Oh, we didn't get an epic one. Alright, for the edit. Biter Egg Launch Facility. I probably don't have the chests on me. You know, I could just look at what the blueprint holds before I decide I have everything. Yeah, I think buffer chests 48 and requester chests 12. Can I make 12 requester chests? I can't. Oh, the zoom out UPS is not great anymore. And we're gonna need more. It could be buffer chests as well for the biter egg facility. Alright, for the third time's a charm. We should have everything. Let's see it happen. Nice. We were still missing inserters. At least we have the inserters which insert the rocket parts. Also, one of the inserters is unpowered. That is a problem. I need epic quality large power pools. Do we find I have a reason to research epic quality? Okay, we're missing one. 64 sounds rotationally symmetric. Alright, 4 silos ready. Okay, I could simply delete one chest per rocket silo. I think we would still be launching up fast enough. I'm not really sure I wanna... we could try how this pattern looks like. It does block the silos though. I think we're just gonna get rid of it. There's this chest, and that inserter. Does that look weird? That also looks weird, doesn't it? Alright, so be it. That can be solved eventually with quality. At least now we have a weird windmill pattern for the power lines. 46 more inserters. Hope I have those. We don't. Alright. We'll just quickly make him again. I think I really like stuff like inserters I am able to automate at this point. But old habits die hard. I mean, I'm rich enough to automate these at this point in time. No, we haven't researched epic quality yet, no. I'm not planning to anytime soon. 2 hours 46 to captive biter spawner. Right, now we see it's getting a little crowded already. On this corner here. That's mostly the amount of medium asteroids that zoom in. I think in tests we sometimes have lost a railgun. There's a lot of chunks. Alright, maybe we have chunks in the collectors? Yeah, we have chunks in the collectors. The belts are not backed up or anything, but we do have some asteroids on the belt now. So that's good. It only took 633,000 asteroids on the belt to get some of them to the science machinery. So make of that what you will. The other advantage of having the machines be faster than they need to be is they absorb more copies of the recipe in the input slot. So you can see this one has 100 because it runs faster, whereas this one has only 50 because we tailored the speed to the exact inserter limits over here, whereas this one is just one beacon, one max beacon of speed. But collecting 100 chunks more on 1.7 million should not really tip the balance too much. I wonder if we can see. Alright, so this Prometheum asteroids will not get shot by these. It did get shot. It did get shot somehow. Sometimes they come in so far that they are not targeted, but we can still shoot them with these railguns on the side, and then the big one. And then we can still destroy the resulting debris with the laser turrets on the side and grab them with these side asteroid collectors. Every now and then, some stuff will drift within range, and the asteroid collectors will plainly ignore it. Hello? Okay, next one, I suppose. Good job, you are fired. Okay, you're not fired, you're doing work. Okay, I guess these are done by now. I'll zappity zap back. Okay. Let's see how long it takes to heat this up to the temperature that we need. We do upgrade to Mark 3 productivities. I think we'll do... Should I do that across the board? Technically we could like find out... We can produce 350 rocket fuel a minute. How much are we going to be using when these are continuously launching? In addition to that, it's hard to say, but... that's going to use another 100 megawatts, which we probably don't have. I think we're going to need a second nuclear reactor. Oh boy. Right, the lowest dent is 24 gigajoules. That is only 24 seconds of 100 megawatts extra. Wait, no, it's 4 minutes. How long is the night on Norvis? I think we should be able to see that now on this over here. Wait, on the mouse over perhaps. The day-night cycle is 7 minutes. So 7 minutes. I think we should still be in the clear. If we just look at the accumulator pattern, 9 minutes. It looks like only 3 minutes of... I know, wait, that is when it's fully charged again. This is a 7-minute interval. I don't know how many ticks the night is. I think it's less than half though. Most of the time we can see stuff. So I guess we are just gonna hope that it's good. Right. I think we just need to move that oil pipeline out of the way first. So where's actually connecting to? This goes down. Down. Alright, then to this side over here. We can connect it anywhere around here, I suppose. There's not too many space to run additional pipelines though. So these horizontals are taken, these horizontals are taken. No space here. These horizontals are taken. I guess technically we could maybe go through the copper belt. Or it will be above here, that's even worse. Yeah, we'll go through the copper belt then. We need a lot of underground pipes to make that happen. We'll need extra nuclear... the doubled lab setup. Oh right, I forgot about that part. That's gonna be... Alright, if we need to double the lab setup, we'll double the reactor as well, I suppose. Perhaps we can also just plop a fusion reactor down in northeast for the extra power, why not? We have yet to automate fusion cells though. Shouldn't forget about that, but we have enough for 3 flights, which is like 50 hours. Should be approaching the turnaround point. Yeah, the asteroid collection rate is going up pretty fast. So we are... You can see the asteroids are getting closer this far out. There's a lot of variance in that as well. How much collateral damage by the railguns, etc, etc. How many pieces break off with significant velocity towards this corner. But yeah, sometimes the worst case scenario, I don't think we are powerful enough to handle every single possible scenario. We literally got a full belt of chunks coming out of here now. This is actually backing up. Kind of. Not entirely backed up, but I think we need less collectors collecting actual asteroids. I think for now we'll just switch off this one and this one, and then maybe 2 near the center as well. Because we need to throw... Yeah, it's backed up. It's backed up here. Starting to be an issue. Right, but now we are going to be catching less asteroids, so that should... That should go away again. I guess we'll come back in some time. 450k kilometers. I think we should also make a save perhaps. That is almost the turnaround point. $160k left to go. Still hardly any asteroids here. It's pretty funny really. But this part of the belt is like pretty full. We have almost 2 compressed belts. Maybe we already have it. We are throwing some asteroids onto the side belts already. Those will filter in like 2 steps further, just to account for the times when we have more than 2 green belts of asteroids incoming. Pretty sweet. How's UPS? 60-ish. I call it 60-ish. 60-ish UPS. This is about as hard as we are gonna ever stress the system though, so there's not that much more work to do, I think. Alright, let's start going through the hard part, which is below the copper. I guess we chose this line. So that makes sense. These were all temporary steel chests to increase space platform production. All of that is purely for those chests, so that can go. I guess then we start following. Come back bolts, they want to start repairing the Johnny damage again. Right. I guess we do repair the Johnny damage. Or they will fly out and at a different inopportune time. Okay, they're not targeting me anymore, at least not all of them. Alright, nobody is flying out anymore. We'll add another pipeline adjacent to the sulfuric acid, I suppose. It is this oil which is coming in, so it's just going to move this way. That's already put the pictogram on there. And then this is just gonna disappear once this is connected. This is gonna be too long though, we're gonna need another pump in there somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Although, it's currently going through the entire base already and is now connected to that, so maybe not. Okay, this barely fits. Right, where's the copper plant? Here. I guess we keep following, do we? Yeah, we can go through here. A little bit annoying. I guess we come out here, and now we need to connect down to here. And we cannot because the fluid tank is there. I think we're just gonna turn here then. So be it. Okay. And then we just need to connect it to there. That should be alright. Alright, now it's a circle. And no longer valid. Okay. Let's Control Z. Until stuff is no longer a circle. I think we got a pump up there somewhere then. Guess we could add one over here. Hopefully, no, power does not reach there, so we need an annoying power line to power that. Hopefully now we can connect it. Right, there we go. I will keep this OG line going up there just for not create a gap, I suppose. But it's just gonna disappear in this corner. Okay, we can at least pretend I know how to play this game. Let's use construction bots. Alright, so that oil now goes around. And we can even complete these red bells, which previously needed a gap in there. And I'm getting a lot of crap in my inventory like this, but so be it. They stack to 100, right? Yeah, they stack to 100. Okay, we should be good with that. Okay, now we have this playground available. I didn't think about where I'm gonna put the extra labs just yet, though. That's gonna be slightly annoying. They could still go somewhere over here, I suppose. It's not. I guess it would like equidistant to this thing, somewhere like this. Would not look too bad. I am gonna want the biter X to be close by though. Let's switch off the bots. We can flip it around to whatever looks better. Actually plop it against the beacons there, theoretically. Keep it one tile away. It's not very safe. Nobody said this was safe. It's okay, so I don't think we do active provider chests because we don't have storage chests in the system to bring those things to anyway. Storage chests should be fine. We should always keep up with destroying the eggs. Here we just need to request Boflux. How much? We are feeding 4 labs of, or 4 of the spawners from a stack of Boflux. That's good news. He stacked to not to 200. It stacks to 100. That's good. That means we'll be eating through 4 Boflux per minute. And if we request 100. Sorry, if we request more than 100, if we request, say, 200, I guess we should stay below the 2 stacks. Let's do 196. That should create 2 distinct stacks. Which supposedly will get through completely. Guess we should trash unrequested. We do need a spoilage backup, maybe. And then if these grab spoiled first... Now we can just copy that. Yeah, I think it's easiest to just grab this again. Sometimes need an off-angled selection box. Okay, I think that should have updated all of them. It means we will be getting Boflux from the silo as well, which we should get out somehow. I guess we'll worry about that a little bit later. We are going to be eating through about 1 Boflux per second, slightly more with 64 of those inserters. So technically 1 inserter putting Boflux in a storage chest should work. Storage chests do not force their contents away. We could we probably want to have a requester chest or something, or buffer chest which requests spoilage. And since it's just a safety backup, we'll just delete it if it happens. We do something dumb like that again to bring in the stuff. Or just align it. All that effort to not delete the filter, and I still did it. Alright. It should probably come from that side then, next to here. I guess, no, that's fine. That's fine. It's not covered by power. I guess we can add a large power pole to cover that. That should be Boflux. And that has to come from the silo area somewhere. That's going to be fine. What does the ladder of belt splitters do? It moves everything over 1 tile, because this was misaligned with this by 1 tile, and this is fixated on a 2 tile grid. So, like I said, don't come here for the best solutions. We missed the turnaround point. Just barely, I think. Yeah, we got 931k asteroids on the belt. Finally, some of the belts start to look at least that there is something on there, here near the end. That's pretty good. Did we sustain damage? No damage at all. I'm surprised. Now the speed is fluctuating a little bit though, so that's potentially a little bit more dangerous. We are now just limiting the speed with these pumps by reading the speed. Otherwise we would be going at 89.69 kilometers a second back, which is faster than this ship can handle for sure. Okay, these belts do seem to have unclocked themselves, so that's good. We are no longer throwing overboard more than a full belt of asteroids. That's good because eventually when this fills up, also the Prometheum asteroids will be mixed in with this belt, so we need a little bit of space left over. That's gonna happen very late though, once we are not producing many more chunks. But I'll save this as missed turn around point, so editing Mike will have to sit it out. We come here for the micest of solutions already. That's good, because you're certainly getting them. This also means I maybe just put it straight against the beacons to get rid of that underground belt. I think that looks worse though. We'll keep the belt. That makes sense for the bioflux. We could belt weave it with the steel, but it still would. Let's see how that looks. Probably not great. No, that I cannot look at that. I was gonna ignore it, but that looks just too awful. Oh god. I'm being punished immediately. We haven't had, I think, any major spillages of stuff going onto another belt by accidentally rotating a belt or something. The entire playthrough, so that is good, I suppose. 2 hours to go. This guy's gonna fly back for about 4 hours, so we have some time. It's also gonna load quantum processors for almost 2 hours. So we expect the ship back in about 5 to 6 hours. That is 2.5 hours after the tech completes, so I think we should, theoretically, we should be ready for it. We can switch this on already, it should be working before we need it to work. Alright, since these are buffer chests, they will draw the spoilage, if any, out of these chests, so that is alright. These do trash unrequested, so when it spoils it will get trashed, so that's good as well. Okay, now we just need to somehow connect the logistics network. I think we can do it easily now without connecting to that, because we move the entire thing up. So can we do something rotationally symmetric? I kinda don't like that the bots will be flying over the lab area. I tried to avoid that so far, but I don't think we can get away with... We can get away with it, can we not? I think we can get away with it. The solution is simple. The entire thing is built 1 tile too high though. Ah no, it's built many tiles too high. If this goes away, these are no longer reachable. Which is not unovercomable. I mean, we didn't have... This is just legacy stuff. We could pretend we had green bells at the time. Okay, the plastic chests are covered. That blue chip chest is covered. That cannot be. That is illegal. Has to go one tile higher. They're still not great. I'm not sure I can do exactly what I want to do. I think I can do exactly what I want to do. Actually. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, yes. One tile gap between the roboport networks. So now... we can do this for here. We do need to keep up with 4.6 transfers per second though. So we need a lot of chests. And we need a 3 wide. This is... It doesn't fit on this side, what I want to do. What do I want to do? Maybe it does fit on that side. Okay, so we need a couple inserters. We'll use passive providers. Alright, hold off. Don't build any of that yet. Okay, do we have space for 3 of those columns with the chests in here? We don't. Beacon is in the way. One can be here. Only one can be here. But it's also not in range. Right, I guess we have to... move that out of the way then as well. Alright. Unfortunately... This is... We can fit it. It's a 12 belt range. What am I talking about? No problemo. Ah, no, we cannot have the one tile gap. Oh. We cannot have the one... We need the... This guy is now outside of range, so this guy needs to move up yet another slot. I say, it can be a 2 tile gap, we don't care. 2 tiles is fine as well. Let's give ourselves a little bit of space. So now we also need to offload with 4 inserters. Okay, that breaks this part over here. So that needs to be one longer. to beat. It's the same thing basically, except we offload and we have requester chests. And the requester chests are going to be requesting the blue chips, the low density structures and the rocket fuel. Deliver it to the passive provider chest and the other network. And no, we do need to move up the Roboport network by 1 tile or move... Yeah, no, we need to move it up for this chest. That was the entire point. This could move 1 tile to the right if this Roboport was down here. Or, you know, at least temporarily, let's get the show on the road. We'll do a temporary 1 tile adjustment like this, so that this chest is in range. Okay, good. Alright, so once I do this, that should be it. That should be rocket parts by transfer. I don't know how to call this. Contamination on the belts. Did I do it? Oh, I did do it. So it's supposed to be this belt which gets the steel. I guess this belt will end here then. It was only there for decorative purposes anyway. I might as well just draw this belt simply there. I just said we didn't have any contaminations for the entire playthrough. 567 hours jinxed away in an instant. That wasn't that bad. That means we need a fake blue belt in there. Does it mean that? It might mean that. Oh yeah, of course we also need a fake green belt in here then. They're free anyway, right? Yes, there we go. That is 4.8 units per second being transferred. So that should keep up with 4.6 units of demand if the bots can keep up. That sounds like a lot of production, man. 5 per second. Just for that area. It sure sounds like that's a lot of production. These make 0.9 a second. This is 5.4 a second. So basically, we are gonna need a separate facility making rocket parts for just for the Biterex, if we want to do everything sustainably. Could consider trying to steal more from Fulgora, where we're basically throwing it away. I'm not really sure what to do about that. Also weirdly dimly lit. I guess the silos launching will do the rest. Of course we don't need this continuously, we need it for like 60% of the time. That is a large buffer though. I'm not sure how many we need to supply Vulcanus. Alright, so that it remains to be seen how that goes then. But I think that should be alright. We might have to call a ship to resupply from Fulgora as well, and just mix the rocket parts in there. Something like that. Okay, so now we have the separate bot network here, so we're not going to get bots flying over the lab area, which is nice, because that is what we didn't want. And now we can simply plop down some bots around here. How much bots are gonna be flying around this area anyway? This produces 30x a second, 32x a second. That's 8 bot flights per second, technically. Doesn't sound like too many bots. Also the Boflux doesn't need to be supplied a lot. The rocket silos are loaded by inserters, so it sounds like we can get away with like a handful of bots in here. There should not be like bulk requests going on ever. Right, so none of the power is sticking out beyond the labs because we have used regular power poles, so I guess okay, let's just see what's the minimum we need. I think we need something rotationally around the entire thing. I guess it would fit if this would be enough to get to the edge. We need only to get to here, technically. Alright, just to confirm, I did fix the steel belt, right? That was the belt you meant, I hope. Okay, so group this. This is basically the center point. I think we'll go slightly off center. Okay, that doesn't work for some reason. think that should be in range. So we'll go make those 3 extra roboports. What else do we need to build it? Just more inserters. Guess we need to make those as well. Yeah, we are not having too much steel anymore here either, so definitely don't want to automate the roboports just yet. We'll put them in here. Just 3 more. And then let's make some inserters. I don't think we'll need to... I think that's the last thing we need to build, really. But since iron from space is free now... we might as well. Okay, and then half of those will go in these. All 16 stacks of okay, I made a small mistake somewhere, but I think I don't really care. We'll just let the bots handle everything. That should be enough inserters again for a while. There's going 400,000 kilometers left to go. Still pretty dense. It already doesn't really want to fit anymore very well into these splitters here. There's not a lot of space. Are we actually backing up on Prometheum asteroids? I might be backing up because I didn't do any belt balancing. Yeah, we kind of are backing up. These belts are all still full. Yeah, all the belts are still full, so I guess it is fine. If these completely fill up though, that could be bad. We have some extras on board. I guess we... because it's a near side of the belt thing, we could just do this. And hope that it helps. Apparently we don't have any issues on this side. I don't know why, but asteroids here look like they are much thinner. Alright, if we look back, it looks unclogged. It's still troubleshooting a little bit. It looks unclogged all the way to the center again. And this one is empty now. so we are good. How many do we have on board in total? 1.2 million chunks, and that is about as many significant digits as we're going to get at this point. This is just going to slowly go up to 1.7, and then we'll call it good. The center is finally starting to look like there are some asteroids on there now. Yeah, it starts to be populated. That's good. Basically everything looks already like it's pretty full. But there is still space for 500,000 more. Alright. We got these things again. Let's take some. Furthermore, we have requester chests and storage chests. I think 64 of both. We don't have any of those in stock. I should be ashamed of myself. Alright. And I guess we also want a couple more logistics bots. We have only uncommon bots. I guess we'll keep it at that. Those are fairly cheap. I don't exactly know how many we need, but we're just gonna make quote unquote some. All the networks have a weird amount of logistics bots in them now. This one has 3199, 3200, alright, that's the first network. Alright, I know I don't need a lot of bots in here. I still wanna like 500 bots or something. And if we need less, we can always scale down easy. Here we had, I think, 5k bots. 4987. Okay, back to 5k. That's all the logistics networks we have, really. No, that's not. We still have one at the center here for the science. There is 2210 bots in here for some reason. 2410. 2460. 2483. Okay, let's make 17 more. Sorry, Johnnies, I just stomped straight through them. And we are not supposed to lose logistics bots. Unless my repair bots mess things up. It was the central one. Alright. 2500 bots. I don't know how many we need. 500 bots in here and 5000 in there. And 3200 at the base for some reason. Good. At least we have nice round numbers again. Okay. Still 1.2 million. I think we can build this part now. I probably don't have the wooden power poles. I guess we'll upgrade the corner ones. Build fighter spawner area. We'll upgrade the corner power poles to power the roboports. I didn't forget anything this time except for the 64 spawners. Okay, that powers the roboports, and then we just need something to connect it to the rest of the network. Okay, pretty sweet. Alright, I think I'm just gonna have a quick bite to eat. And I'll be back shortly. Good moment. I haven't had a dinner break in a while, since everything is mobile power, but I think we can get away with one today. So I guess we'll be watching the Shattered Planet ship coming back at 30 UPS, because now we need to draw all the asteroids on screen as well. So just have a corner in there. Yeah, something like that. Let's get rid of these, so we don't have the blinking stuff. Alright, so yeah, I'll be back in probably 15-ish minutes or so. Right. We are back. The cloud of asteroids starts to look less dense again. It's just my imagination. I think we'll just keep the progress from the break, why not? We don't have that much to do anymore, I think. We just need, I think I can just Control Z these back into existence. Weird texture like this. From before the break, all we need to do is build the things. Which just requires, it's gonna require some biter eggs to start. I guess we could just extract those from the area we already had the biter egg facility in. Just capture a new one somewhere. And how many biter eggs do we need anyway? 640, right? There's not too many. And we could be getting the... we only need 10 to start, and then we can get the rest from whatever is here. So I guess we start by collecting the rest of the things. I guess we really start by cleaning the inventory bit so we can carry some stuff around. Let's just do this. That should delete a bunch of unnecessary stuff. And we can add some other unnecessary stuff to that ourselves. Just throw everything in there. Don't think we need any beacon stuff anymore. I guess efficiency modules of all types still are kinda useful. Okay, that should be good enough. So first of all, uranium then, 15 per spawner. Suggests we need 960. I'm gonna assume everything will just go perfectly. That's the first time ever I do this, so... then we need 6400 fluory stuff, which is 128 barrels. A barrel has 50 fluid. Still have some fluid in there, barely anything though, so let's do grab 130 barrels. I guess we can... we do need to make those biter spawners in here, right? So we'll select the recipe at that time. Cold fluoroketone. Cold fluoroketone, okay, it is the right fluid. And then it's just the capture bot rockets. Which... I guess we'll just sacrifice one set which we already had gathered over there. For the productivity modules, we'll just delete that and use those. Oh wait, we did have... we have just another set remaining or whatever. 420, we do need 21 and 21 to start it off 2 times again, so I guess we can leave those behind. That Sir 21 no longer exists. leave it there anyway. Okay, we definitely should not be grabbing biter eggs at this moment just yet. It just takes one bot rocket to make one. So 64, 960. I think that's all the stuff we can do right now, right? And then the Bitrex and the fluid, so that's basically all we need. We don't want quality, though. So let's take those out. Then we need some of these rockets to actually capture a biter base. At least one. Then we just grab the Bitrex from there. We just temporarily capture the biter zoo. Would that work? I guess it would work. There's only one biter base there though. Yeah, I kinda like that. Let's do that. We can cascade it out of control. You know what we can do? Ah no, the Biter Island guys, yeah, we yeeted those out of existence for the achievement. I forgot about that. We could, it was a spitter base. We could actually turn it into a biter base now with the capture bot rocket. Any spitter bases you capture will turn into biter bases. I'm kind of surprised science is holding up now that we are using all of them. Let's quickly have a look at military science buffer. 500k. Should get us through the end of the stack, no problem. I'm not sure it will get us through the end of laser damage though. So we probably need something else to research after this. Maybe it will just be mining prod. Until we get Prometheum science up and running. I think that's the most useful tech we can get which does not require military science. Spiderton does require military science. Like bot speed 6 could be useful as well. But yeah, that's luxury stuff, man. I think mining prod is going to be the way. Okay, so I guess before we should set up something from Gleba, right? We should set up something from Gleba. I think we should just pay Gleba a visit. Deconstructed these chests. Me? Oh god. No, no. I didn't want anything. We'll just take the slow armor. So we will need at least we need one more rocket silo. We need like one bioflux per second, so we will be able to leech that off the existing setup, I'm pretty sure. So that's what we're gonna try. I think we're literally just gonna take one inserter to draw off the Bioflux belt into our chest and then into our rocket silo. Already doing some stuff here for the carbon fiber. I think we're just gonna draw off the other side. Over here somewhere. We do need a rocket silo. Do we still have something which could be a rocket silo? I think we're out of electric engines. It could just be this one. Where's the Bioflux going anyway? It's going this way. Okay, that's not great. I think we should have a separate rocket silo. We can request rocket parts to there. Fill that up. So we need some electric engines, I think. No, I'm hijacking this. Now I need to go around the Johnnies. Okay, I have no ammunition this time. It's still laying in this chest because I forget to take it out all the time. Gleba for Bioflux. Transport. Hopefully no bots get sniped in the process. Okay, we are in the inner solar system again. I think we already have the speed beacons here, so we should be arriving shortly. Yeah, we're really struggling with the UPS right now. It's exactly hovering around 60, but it goes below sometimes, especially if we're watching what's going on here. Look at that. 1.5 million. And counting. These belts have completely backed up now. There's one stack full, 2 stacks full and not moving, 3 stacks full and not moving, the 4th stack is still moving a bit. We're still feeding in all the asteroids, that's good at least. But lots of those are pretty full already. Okay, the blue belt is still moving over here. Right, it's working. It is working. If we had circuit network I could count the exact amount, but we don't. Okay, we're arriving at Gleba. We should be dropping at least 4 of those. Oh, do I have the concrete on Gleba? I don't know if I've ever seen anything on Gleba really. I guess we can make some. Oh wait. We do have concrete on Gleba. Somebody has at least automated something in the past. Apparently it was me and I forgot about it. What about steel though? You know what? I'll just drop the steel. Why don't you kill the worms? What? How? Betrayed all. I guess kinda, yes. Okay, that's most of the rocket silo. We just need concrete and a stack of pipes. That does not look like everything will fit in my inventory. It does. Okay. Unfortunately, yeah, I did not bring the fast armor because I thought we wouldn't need it. So we're gonna get a scenic tour of the base. And the outskirts, I suppose. Look, the farm. That's a farm. It has a agricultural tower and everything. Alright, we made it. We didn't die of boredom flying out to the place where we automated concrete. We've been handcrafting more rocket silos than is recommendable, I suppose. I'm not gonna do anything. Are we gonna do bot? No, we're not. Are we gonna do bot fat? So, how is it going with the... We should be able to see the interval if we just see consumption rate of blue chips. We don't. If a single... Is a single launch enough? Is a single launch enough? Per flight of the current ship? That is the question. I think we need to time turnaround time here. It's going to be arriving on Gleba now. So I guess we'll just note the time. And then note the next flight. It takes 11,000 signs per time. You could also time it off that. That means it's like 5 or 6 minutes most. Okay, 46. 32:46. So now we just need to catch the next time it comes. There goes 10 of the 11 launches. The ship is now too fast, so the 11th launch is always slightly delayed. There it goes. And then the ship should depart again. If one launch is enough. How much Boflux launches in a rocket actually? If that's a low amount, that actually might be a problem. So it was high. 1,000, alright. Yeah, 1,000 per 5 minutes is definitely enough. Like, logically, we do 11,000 signs. We are producing 2,600 signs a minute. That's once every 4 minutes or so. But even at 1,800, that's only 6 minutes. 1,000 Boflux divided by 6 minutes is still more than 2.7 a second. So we need one launch every other rocket flight then, probably. Let's keep a look. Okay, now it's flying to northeast. 34. We're requiring only 10k signs even. I think we should just be able to directly load a rocket silo Why do I have a rocket silo in my inventory? Looks like we didn't need any of that then. This can be the slowest rocket ever as well. Still think we want a little bit of speed. Alright, and then just a single requester chest should do for the rocket parts. Right, and that way this should be able to insert 2 items a second. So it will keep up with 1.5 in total of each. And that's good. I think that we just simply... If we need 64 Boflux, the outer line is sometimes not moving, so I want to take from the outside if I can. So we could do something like this, a splitter. And then have this guy draw. This does 1.2 a second. The thing is, the ship is not always going to be here. Dang it, the ship is already back. 37 flat-ish. Yeah, it's like less than 4.5 minutes, so that is well under the window we need. So what we could do, instead of, yeah, we just wait for cargo to be over 10k. And then we'll just add a request for Boflux. The thing is, then the ship does need to keep on flying even the ship does need to keep flying even when we are not using Gleba sign, so there's that. Okay, so what is more important? Gleba not failing with the biters or Norvies in the center of my base? I think we'll just keep it like this. And I guess we do need to add the good old chest of spoilage. Alright. Is that it? I think that's it. I'm not really sure how much I dare to just manually draw off the belt. I could try just to use that overproduction a little bit. To fill it up faster. I don't see why this should ever fail, so... it's something. We're about at the right time as well. An hour and a half before the tech completes, and it is a 2-hour spoil time on the Bioflux. I think it's pretty fresh at this moment. Yeah, 1 hour 52 on the Bioflux, so decent timing, I think. So the ship is here again. We are requesting, but we don't have the silo full. So it's gonna be on the next flight or the next one. Let's make sure it's on the next one. I want to see one rocket go. So we'll grab a bunch of outsides from here as well. It's a little bit dangerous always just to mess with the... Don't mess with the working Gleba sign system. Alright, it's 100 seconds. I think we need to grab one more. That should do it. That will launch on the next launch. So this can do 2 per second. We need 1 and a little bit per second. So that means even if this guy is not always grabbing Bioflux, we should be alright. Yes, we can do that in case Bioflux spoils on this belt. But that should be okay. Okay, rocket is full. So that should soon launch then. Our ship is coming back. And that means... Am I gonna catch that ship as well? We should be dropping the Bioflux to Novis as well. So let's add Bioflux to the request. We also have spoilage. We already have spoilage set to 0. No, this is space age stuff. Let's just serve for Bioflux. 2k, sure. At least we will request 2 launches. Let me drop my stuff again. Then we can also launch ourselves. As soon as the ship arrives, this should go automatically, right? As soon as that green bar fills up, that rocket should launch. Yeah, this is deliberately slowly. Bioflux rocket. Here you go, editing Mike. Don't say I never do anything for you. At the cost of perhaps missing the moment. There we go. Rocket launches. That's the Bioflux. There goes the signs. I'm just gonna fly back with that ship. cares? I want to follow the Boflux. So this will miss the next ship, but that's fine. Bring Boflux once every 2 stops. Maybe we'll build a separate ship for that in the future. But for the immediate future, we are not going to stop using Gleba sites, I say, while we're 84% done with biter spawner and have mining productivity queued up next, which does not use Gleban signs, but oh well. I'll drop to Norvis once it arrives, and my lazy ship will follow me, I suppose, without me, for once. It's the same ship, basically. No, it's not. We have had the independence part in the back here instead of cargo base. There's not a lot of cargo base on board of this ship. But there sure was a lot of independence. I think that might be the first interplanetary science pack, of which we have produced 10 million. Apart from Gleba. Gleba doesn't really count because production continues always. Yeah, pretty good. That does beg the question, how far are all the science packs? Global all. 8.5 million purple, 6.5 million EM signs. And 3.3 million Aquilo. Why is your research so slow? I guess you could read the title of the stream. Okay, we have a 1000 times science cost multiplier. Okay, there goes the Boflux, some of the science, and me. And a batch of EM science has just dropped as well. That comes in once every hour or so. Once every half hour, I think. Aquilo science comes in once every hour. Right, so okay, there goes all that science. Okay, so now we need to bring the Boflux out. And we're gonna have several thousand Boflux in store, I think, by the time we complete the tech, so we should not have any trouble keeping the bases supplied then. It's good we went to Gleba first. Let's just keep a stack of those on us. We'll need to capture one base, maybe we'll need to recycle for some Boflux or whatever. Although now we actually have Boflux, don't go fix that stuff, bots. Don't play with your life like that. We don't have any... I guess we could just request by chest the Boflux. We literally need to feed out only with one inserter as well. I suppose though... I don't even know where we're gonna build it. We could kinda like hide it out of the way over here. We'll request 1000 Boflux. Spoiled first. That can go on the belt. That actually matches up perfectly. We just go over top. I think we go over top, not here. Yeah, let's go over top. With a fake underground. Alright, we can power that. Sure. There comes the Boflux at 1 per second, 2 per second. probably. Let's not side-load it onto the blue chips. Is it a rare inserter? Okay, so it can offload 2 per second. Should be fast enough. Who built that steel belt there? Okay, steel belt goes... I guess we should not really... We'll have steel go to the left here. And have a totally normal Bioflux splitter like that. Sure. That will do. Bioflux is already gonna get distributed to all the chests actually. So that is good. Alright, we are ahead of schedule for once. I mean, you would expect in 1000 times science course we would be waiting around a lot of the time. But somehow, we are not. Okay, they have a fast reaction time, so they're grabbing 3 at a time instead of 4. Shoot at a second one. That might be too much Bioflux. Outputting with one inserter only anyway. I'm just gonna grab a little bit of Bioflux for myself. Okay, so the Bioflux system is ready. I'm not sure I want that to be, so maybe we unpower all the inserters until we have actually placed all the biter spawners or something. It is still over an hour to get captive biter spawner. Are we ready then? I don't know if we're ready. I think we should keep the robopods powered for now at least. Until we have the biter spawners, the stuff is just gonna sit in the chests. So that is the distribution complete. It should continue on at a very slow pace. Let's look what's going on Gleba now. Okay, the second rocket is ready. We might actually... We will barely miss the ship, I think, this time. This is like worst case scenario, I suppose. That ship is gonna fly off without, unless this really fills up at the last second. As soon as the planet arrow appears, the ship is gone. We need 5 more seconds. Come on. Come on. No, we missed it. We missed it by 4 Bioflux. The ship is off. Alright, that's alright. Now we can test what the worst case scenario brings us. It would be kind of annoying if it's always going to be off by like 4 Bioflux. Then we'll just be launching once every 3 rockets. That might be an issue. Hey Bacon Magician, thanks for the bits. Doing your own challenges inspired by mine. Oh, that's nice to hear. Thanks also for the support on Patreon over the years, man. I'm allergic to S-bends and belts? What do you mean? Sometimes you gotta fill up the space. There's no good way to do this when you need to cross right after a corner, so it might as well be horrible. So So technically everything is being transferred with a maximum speed of 2 per second. We have one inserter putting it in here, so the bolt's distributed. One inserter taking it out. And on the very other end, we have one inserter loading the rocket. So that should always be good, right? We might need to add a second inserter here, I don't know. I guess we'll take a look now if we again miss it by exactly... If we just miss it again, I'll just use less speed in the ship so that it slows down ever so slightly. We are arriving too soon anyway. Oh wait, no, we are waiting for the science to launch in the last rocket, right? Okay, let's first see what is happening before we try to draw any conclusions. That is probably the correct order of operations there. Right, so we got some Boflux. We got capture bot rockets. We just cannot do the Biter X yet because we cannot turn them into nests just yet. So we have to wait for that. So what else can we do? We can watch how the ship is doing. It is still 180,000 kilometers out. I think it flew too far. Somehow we already have 1.7 million on the belt. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. We let it fly too far. It loaded 900k on the way in, so it's gonna try to load at least 900k on the way out as well. Asteroid density is down. I'm very, very happy that there is no damage on the ship at all. We haven't lost anything. 500 repair packs on board with full durability. That's not too bad. We can double the labs. We can, we need to have space for at least 1.5 million signs as well. That is something else we could do. I think I will not double the labs today. That's gonna require a lot of that biter shenanigans. I think doing biter shenanigans on 2 different fronts at once is gonna be a bit much to keep safe. I originally had Prometheum science packs over here. From there they're loaded onto the belt. Opposite the Aquilo science packs. Then we have to do this weird splitting. This is 1800 per minute. It's a red belt. Basically half a green belt is a red belt. So here we split it back onto 2 red belts. This is the Prometheum belt. That just goes straight out to here. And I think what we need to do then is basically build a giant buffer. We're going to be producing it pretty fast. We're going to be producing it pretty fast. $58. The belt can do 30. So we still need to deal with 28 signs more. That's 750k signs, which is gonna have to fit in here. I don't think that is gonna fit in here. 750k science packs is 3,750 stacks. Basically 4,000 stacks, so that's... It's not fitting in here at the moment. I don't think I really want to expand this. If we make this rare, it basically multiplies by 1.6. It still doesn't get us up to... It does get us up to... I cannot count. $5,000 slots, but we are using 1,600 of them. So it still would not fit all the signs we need. We could offload faster. This would basically keep up with science offloading. Then we basically sort of get one of those systems where sometimes two belts are flowing into the rocket silos, but we're always producing one belt. But the other way around, we are going to be producing two belts some of the time, but needing only one belt to come out always. I guess it makes sense to do this. Except going up this time. Don't really need the weird splitter stuff, but I think we need a chest area which can hold a lot of signs. How much signs fits into a chest? 76 slots. Times 200 is basically 15k, we'll round that to 15k. We're gonna have 1.5 million signs coming off of the ship. That is 100 chests per flight. Do we want to be building up Prometheum signs all the time? Question. Probably not. We have a system that destroys the Biter X, so we can just have the ship sitting above Norvi's idle. We're throwing overboard Prometheum asteroid chunks, ladies and gentlemen. It is the time. I'm not producing that many metals because the foundries really diminish the resource requirements. Okay, I don't think we'll be getting in trouble. Actually, we are still loading this. So I really should do my belt shenanigans better, I think. The problem is this. There's a stupid solution. This is the stupid solution. so all of this could go onto one side, and then we just want to side load that onto the right. Basically, we need to flip it. This goes straight. No, we need to flip. We need to unflip the flipped. It's not great. It does allow stuff to flow. The belts are just full, basically. We have full belts here. So perhaps we shouldn't be worrying about it. I think those things are not supposed to go in here now. Okay, no, they are not. It should help a bit though. It does appear that we're drawing from both sides of the belt at least. So I am gonna copy it and flop it down the other side as well. Here stuff is still moving. Or is it? Alright, fine. It's alright. We're basically filled up then. Yeah, okay, we are completely filled up. These two belts are not moving. This belt is the belt that gets yeeted off of the ship. So we are full. We are officially full on Prometheum asteroids. The number says 1.7 million. I don't remember exactly how much it was. I think it's 1.74 million. Prometheum chunks full. Right, so 100 chests per launch. We have a ton of rare chests now, so we probably should be using them. That is 10 chests, so... basically... I guess we should load into 16 chests as well, if we are outputting from 16 chests. So let's use this instead, that's a 16er. Alright, so practically that means we'll just be splitting off. The output prioritizing to the labs. And this goes to storage, and then it comes back from storage. Then we're again input prioritizing. From that side. So now we just need a storage system. We could use logistics boards. I think we'll just use the traditional chests here. We have 4 belts going next to each other. Just use the regular 4x4 belt balancer. No, it's the side of the... It was the side of the belt the chunks were on. The 4x4 belt balancer balances the total contents of each belt, but not the belt sides. You would need a side balancer for that, which is something like we have over here. Let's take a look. Not this, but I think it's up here. Something like this, where you basically side load both halves of the belt onto one side, and then just force them back onto the one belt with the splitter. But because you're forcing both halves on one side, it draws equally from each side. Issue, if I do 16 inserters, they need to be 16 of these. I guess we could go back to do this instead. That is more compact. I never remember if those are necessary. But we'll try anyway, like this. So those are the two belts coming in. I guess we're just gonna bring that back down. Practically. This is gonna come from up here somewhere. I guess to adhere to the S-bends, we need to do this. So that could be the way it comes in. If we go pretty wide, we can... I think we can go regular inserters. I think we're gonna go fairly wide on this. Like if we go 4 wide. That is enough inserter power to keep up with 16 of those, and we can 100% equally distribute it all. Alright, so... what's even going on here? Output here, that goes on here. This mechanism is just to throw it onto half belts. I think we can simply do this here. That should be 2 half belts. Appears we can output on the splitter, that's just fine. Right? Something like that. And that goes into the buffer system. That is 32 chests. So that's almost 500,000 signs. Which means That's almost 1 million signs. 1.5 million. How much of those do we chain? This is basically as much signs as one session produces. So do we need a larger storage area than this is the question. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 3.5 million. Not really sure what to do with this. Normally I wouldn't store that much signs. So what's the benefit of storing much signs? Not really a lot, because we have the live production. I think we're just gonna make sure we can do the one batch of signs, which is the three chests. Put the power line in the middle. And I guess we'll try to align it with something. For that we'll first have to finalize the design. So I guess this could be a... We should go green belt here. And we could copy the side balancer. Is it important to have draw equally from each side? Yeah, wait, there is something to be said. This is not working anyway. Actually, it is working if we just delete the filter. We can do this. That will make the belt full. We don't really need a green belt, do we? We just need to already split it into 4. I think that should be good enough, really. We cannot really symmetrize it here. I think we'll just do this then. One belt goes here, one belt goes here. Yeah, that's what it is. I guess we can copy from military signs how it should go out. Without thinking too much about it. So here we are doing the same with the equal draw. Here it is important for equal offloading. Means we can just simply flip that. No, we cannot. There is this weird side loading going on. So we'll do this instead. Is this a green belt distance? It looks like it could potentially be a green belt distance. It is a green belt distance, but we do have to set filters on these then. Let's put fishes on there. And we'll have some green belts in here too then. Alright. Do I need to do this again? I don't think so. Already drawn equals from left and right. So no matter which side we feed, it's being drawn equal for this one and for that one. So I think we are okay. And this just goes back down. Alright, let's see what we're missing then. Probably a lot. Finally we have a use for these chests. Unfortunately, not that great of a use yet. So that's regular belts. Okay, the lights are not powered on the other side. Guess we do put lights in here as well then. One connecting one. Can have a diagonal one. Right. That is the Prometheum offloading then. A little bit tacked on this side, but I guess that's the way it's going to be. I think that should balance equally. If not, it's not a total disaster. Oh, it fits. That is perfect. Alright, so 1800 signs can flow back onto there. They're prioritizing straight, and then we have the rest for storage, the full 1.5 million. Right, so that's done. Do we go to the trouble of making... You know, we could just make common quality biolabs. Still 43 minutes. That's Prometheum storage system. It's getting... It's not very full yet, but it does feel like it's filling up the space now. So it's 1.5 million... storage. So basically one flight of science storage. We need to offload the entire thing in one go. And we need to store it before consuming it. I've currently got 32 labs. I do know they can do about 50-50 science per minute instead of, sorry, 59.50 instead of 59.04. So they are slightly running under capacity. So each lab is doing 186 SPM. If we divide it back by 1.6, each lab is gonna do 116.21 SPM. So we need to do 5904. Minus 46. I cannot count how much that is, so I'll put it like that. We need 51 laps. 51 common laps to keep up with science production. 51 common laps. So I think we are just gonna make those. However, if I just do this, do I get the same result? I think that is slightly more. That gives me 52 laps. So 51 or 52. Just because they can run over capacity a little bit means we don't need that last lap. But maybe 52 will be easier anyway. 51 is 3 times 17 though. But 52 is also not divisible. It is divisible by 4. Okay, so we'll go for that 13 laps in a row instead of 9. 8. I guess we will try to copy the same belt system. The question is, where do we branch off science? So we could branch it off here, but we don't have all science packs here. So 5 of the science packs are being made up here. So we need to take those somehow out of this area. I guess it is possible. The other thing we could do is just try to add splitters to these 6 belts over here. Theoretically, no, they cannot. They cannot provide the entire half of science production. Because if we just take these belts and divide it over this line and 4 new lines, that means more than half of the science needs to flow over a red belt, which means we will at least need to upgrade the belts from the back of here. This one is technically already blue. That goes with full belts. It's possible. It is possible to do that. But then, where do I place the labs? Okay, let's copy one line. We still have the Gleba science problem as well, so yeah, we'll switch off construction bots. That actually doesn't fit anywhere neatly. I guess it fits vertically. Oh god, that is not going to look very nice. So that should be repeatable. Okay, that hurts my eyes. I need to find a patch of horizontalness where there's not a lot in the way, please. Maybe... Dang, the map is crowded. Maybe here? Right, so basically I can cut it open here. And we should be able to paste in a couple more of those. 2, 3, 4, 5, and then close it again. So that's the length we need for normal laps. That is 13 laps in a row. If they are normal quality. At least the inserters will keep up. We do get more Gleba signs burning, but I think that is still okay. So we're looking at the lab array this size. It does fit kind of down here. But not really. I just built the Prometheum science storage in the way. Is it time for the hand feeding area to go? It looks like it might be time for the hand feeding area to go. Alright, what if we... What does it take to make a biolab anyway, again? Okay, we can make quality labs. Just the quality biter racks are a little bit annoying. We have been using those to make productivity modules, that was the entire thing. I mean, technically, we also need a splitter in the front again. Let's put that up there. That is hard to see. Something like that. So that is gonna require some space as well. Although no, we don't need that if we... If we take the belts off of here, we don't need that. And we just need to split each belt 4 times, or just make like a single long zigzag pattern. That doesn't quite work because of the red belt. No, it does work. Here the belt needs to be blue, but after we supply that one, the belts can become red, so it does work. Alright, so I guess let's try our hand on designing that in a little bit more wieldy way. Then we can later put the rest of the labs in between. So currently it's looking like this. With the science packs, the Gleba science stuff is in the middle. We got a spoilage belt to take spoilage out of the labs, so that's an issue. So I think we're getting rid of that for now. Entire spoilage chain. We also don't need this lab to be faster anymore because I don't think we're gonna need this lab to be faster. We got a bit of overproduction here, so that should be alright. Delete that. The belts just need to continue now. We'll have to refigure that out later. Oh god, belt weaving is so hard to see with the ghost blueprint stuff. Basically, we just want to keep doing this. Also for the last one. Alright, let's delete this section over here. And then we just need to turn these belts. Let's see, this is one section. So we rotate it onto this way. Then we just gotta connect the bells. So I really would like to see the bells. So I guess we are going to grab some. Don't think we have yellows, but let's grab them anyway. Also grab the inserters, so we have everything on hand. I think that's about it. I am kind of forgetting about the power. Maybe I should have been doing power. How is it looking? Since this is gonna eat up 100 megawatts. So perhaps I have the wrong focus here. It should be fairly easy to plop down an emergency nuclear reactor right in my starter base. Well, perhaps I'll do that, but let's first try to... Okay, that's way too blinky. The beacons are gonna add some power, but so be it. Alright, so exactly the part that is not blinking, that I don't want to blink, is blinking right now. Alright, so these bells are not connected, they are just there to vary in the signs. We don't need to worry about those. This belt is connected to something, that's a spoilage belt. And here we've got the 3 belts coming out again. If we want to turn them, it's gonna look something like that. But we've got another 3 belts coming down here. So those gotta turn first. We have rotated this. So these belts should now go on the top side. I guess the easiest way then, if I can, is to make those longer. That doesn't look so nice, perhaps. But it would work. Then we feed it in again, except now red is at the front. I think we should follow the holy underground pattern and think of something else here. So that could be red instead. And then blue, we just do this. Green, we just do this. These could just go through like that. I think I like it more if it looks like this. The green belt goes under the green belt, the blue belt. Can fill up this void. The red belt just does the red belt thing. And here we can again do it the other way around. Exactly like that. And that is the belt weaving monstrosity complete, I think. And it doesn't even look that bad. I did forget about the spoilage belt. But that one... Fortunately, I cannot make that yellow because that doesn't stretch. But we could literally just turn that in the inside without it being very visible. Alright, so that could be the turn. Alright. And that means... we can now turn here one more time. Hopefully. That turn is going to look slightly different, isn't it? Yeah, I should just flip it. That flipping it... Why can I not turn it? If I turn it, it rotates up. So I should flip this part, but this part only. Not any of the inserters. Right, this part is not supposed to be there, I think. Alright, let's check if that actually works. This is connected, this is connected. These are connected, these are connected. Okay, that does appear to work. And this should just be the same. Oh wait, yeah, I never rotated this part. Okay, and then we just need one heating tower at the end, supposedly. Lack of substations, it's not necessarily a restriction officially, but yeah, I haven't been using them almost at all. Okay, I think we still need to end over here with this. And then we can get that original Gleba thing at the end. So that's how it should end. Except I think we don't have decorative heating pipes for this one. I do hope that keeps up. We do have also extra Gleban science insertion, I think. Yeah, I think as such. some weird colors going on here. Right, I think we won't worry about that. Just green it for this loop. Yes, that is how we're gonna do that zigzag. Whereas the signs is gonna come from that side, so I think the entire thing has to be flipped. Or rotated. Or both. Or stretched out. Or all of the above. And none of the below. Let's see if this fits. So now we can rip it open. Like we did before. Let's use the map view to keep aligned. Then we can hopefully fit 52 laps like that. That's only 11. That is bad news. We need 2 beacons more space, which we don't have. At least not right here. So maybe that maybe we'll have to move this around a little. Let's at least put down a working version of it somewhere. Like over here. Yeah, this is about the length we need. I think that's the size we need. 52 biolaps indeed. This is the enter point and this is the burning point. Not sure that blueprint is entirely correct already, so yeah, it would fit if it were not for the buffer chest system. I think we're gonna try to move this out of the way a little. And maybe this is not flippable. We could rotate the entire thing. That would make it about the same width. That gets rid of the nice jiggly jig though. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna move this on the top. try to align it again through map edit, the map view. Alright. And just the inputs need to move then. Got one output here. Oh, we're still gonna use that for sure. So now it needs to come in from here. I guess we do no longer need the fish filters then. Kinda would like this to be a flipped version though. Can probably do the same thing with side loading, except we need to flip which way is getting side loaded. Yeah, this looks much better. Alright, 2 red belts of input, so technically this should fit on one belt. And we don't even need to make this thing wider. Then we can simply split it out again. I think we're gonna have a hide the connection thing in here, like this. Right? Like I said, we don't need the fish filters. We just need to join these 2 belts. 2. Then we can just go up a little. And keep the jiggly jig. We can use this like the power connection. Okay. Slimmed down. Let's see if the thing now fits. 97%, 14 minutes, alright. I think we can also start doing the biter acting. We didn't make the biolabs yet, but that's alright. I think the entry point should be right there. It's a little bit annoying to fit. Let's switch off my roboport at least. Not really sure how to align this. Kinda want to keep it close by. Does feel not too bad to have it just sitting like this. These belts align up here. And down here we have 1 tile of space. Here we have 1 tile of space. This looks like a equal-ish corner. So I think that's how it's gonna have to be. Alright, so we can build what we have at least. Which is everything but the biolabs. And perhaps the beacons we won't build either. So let's throw those in a chest. Because those require power. Extra common biolabs. We're not gonna have everything to build it. But we'll see how far we get. That's a fairly big build. Spoilage belt broken on the on one of the columns. Alright, we'll have a look. Oh yeah, I guess I did not connect it on the other side. Just that one to connect it all, I think. Of course that doesn't work because we don't have everything. Alright. It's a good thing I just made a ton of inserters. Need those. We don't need many bells, just a couple of green undergrounds. We do need more power lines. Lights. And one more of the annoying things. The heating tower that required all kinds of weird things. There we go. I guess that should be enough already. Attempt number 2. There goes the heating tower. Alright, so that should be just beacons and biolabs. And lights. Forgot about the lights. Right, now it's just beacons and biolabs. And the captive biter spawners. Right, so then switch off this. The only thing we really need to do is branch off all the science packs in a similar sort of way. I think we're gonna hold off on that. How is the... We're almost back at Aquilo. That is insane. The entire voyage completed. What the heck happened to those Prometheum asteroids? We have again captured a whole bunch of asteroids somehow. Don't exactly know what's going on there, but... Sure. How you switch power armor so quickly? If you have 2 of them of exactly the same type, you can use the pipette tool, which is Q for most people. I have it on F, I think. And you just hover over it, pipette tool, that's selected from your inventory. So you can see here. Then you can just put it on and press Q to... or the exit, the key to clear your cursor. I don't know if I don't have the default stuff for some of the controls. So just pipette tool, click and clear cursor. It is bite rack time. Alright, we're not gonna think about anything, we're just gonna go in and hope for the best. And has that ever failed a man before? Let's check how it's going with this stuff. It is almost full. We are gonna deliver that with bots though, so that is perhaps not great. Maybe what I should do is put this in a steel chest and then just have another inserter feed it into a logistics chest with spoiled first. Yeah, this stuff is all going to be pretty spoiled. Guess that's okay, we can test the burning the stuff. It should be an infinite cycle. Let's check if Gleba is still producing the signs it needs to produce. Okay, no, that's not good. So it is affecting our Gleben build. Oh god, everything could fall apart real quick now. No, this is not good. Oh, this is not good. I guess we still have time to fix it. Okay, so perhaps I should be drawing it off of both of the bells. Maybe doing it off one side is a little optimistic. So this side is still producing full. All of these are busy. Just this one is not getting the bioflux. It's just barely not getting the bioflux though. Alright, so perhaps we do output priority just towards science here. That should slow down. It should still bring the bioflux out. I was thinking of just using a regular quality inserter to slow it down, but yeah, we'll see. We have enough bioflux to get started at least. I think that should do it again. What is being launched? Plastics. Looking at the bots, it's plastics. Alright, like I said, we are not even gonna look back. Apparently we're already looking back. Let's go capture a biter spawner, feed it some of the bioflux. We'll temporarily switch off the laser zoo. We have a save game to fall back at. Alright, you will spawn your last biter. Okay, you get one more chance. Now you're mine. Five minutes to completion. How much storage is taken up? It's several hundred gigabytes, I think. Not all the saves are on my hard disk. I have an external disk for that as well. Alright, so this is not gonna last forever. It is gonna last all the time though, so I think we're just gonna... This is probably a bad idea. But we could pop the Biterex in the Biter Zoo still. And have the power pole be very far away. That'll do. Just in case I don't pick him up in time. So that should get me... How much is it again? Per bioflux. I guess we can just watch the first one complete. I think it's 30x per bioflux. So this gets me exactly not enough Biterex. We need 640. This is going to get me 600. So we need 2 more bioflux. Yes, we have it. Yeah, we don't necessarily need to get all of it from this biter base. Kinda do want to get it all from one biter base though. I don't think we can handcraft the stuff. Let's grab 50x, that should make the first 5. Hopefully that pollution, yeah, this looks pretty far away from the biters on this edge. We got through the entire tech at full tech base, I'm surprised. Quickly check Gleba. We might be restoring. Yeah, okay, the Boflux is backed up at the end of the belt again. So that will be alright, we won't have a bite drag explosion here. It is a little bit annoying that this is not gonna launch now. So I'll try to think of it to look back here in 3 minutes or so. Just get that one launch in. Call it good. I don't want to capture these because they are spitter spawners. This is the OG spawner. We'll grab 100x. 1 minute 47 remaining. Yeah, we're hands clean forever basically. No, we're not moving the lab area, but the Prometheum science requires twice the labs. Except in my case, I'm gonna use common labs because they're easier to make. It was a whole project to make the rare ones. So now we have just common ones for whenever we do Prometheum science, and we'll use those. But first up is this area up here. The Prometheum ship is stationary above Aquilo. I guess we should actually be requesting those. Not the fuel cells though, at least not yet. I guess we do want the fuel cells on there somewhere. Those should get automatically launched now from these 2 silos. It does look like the bots have enough time to charge themselves up between flights. That's good. From just these 4 roboports. Yeah, all of them are going to sleep. Not with too much time in between. There's captive biter spawner. I guess we are going mining prod. That means I need to stop Gleba science, which is bad. Do we go for quality? Just to continue. Eventually, we cannot complete it yet. We're not ready for epic quality, but we can put some points in it just to keep Gleba science going. We are relying on Gleba science at the moment. What else is there for Gleba science? We could research Spiderton. If I'm gonna have remote vehicles on a planet, it's gonna be spiders. You know what? That's a fun research. I just don't know if I have the military science packs to complete that. Let's quickly save. Let's count how much we have. We have 438k in stock. We are producing slightly more than half, I think. No, I think we're running out of stone slowly for walls. So military science production is going down. Okay, let's optimistically assume we have half. That means 438k will be produced during the consumption of the rest of this buffer. Let's say we have 800k then. We'll multiply it by 2 for the biolabs and then multiply it by 1.64 for the productivity modules, which means we can do a 2.6 million research project and empty out the military science buffer. That is too good. That is too good to pass up. 2.5 million. We can do maybe 2.6 million if stone doesn't decline much further. So that's the question. Let's switch to Spiderton. The spider deserves to be researched. It has carried us through all the playthroughs since it was invented. We'll go for it. Who needs mining productivity anyway? Or laser damage. Right. Ooh, temporary science boost. That's good for my averages. This is a 30-second research. That's good. Right. So that's gonna stop science from... some of the science from Fulgora. The bad news is we are gonna be using all the science packs from Norvise. So Norvise is gonna keep going full production. And it's also using purple, so we are going to be sending all the plastics to Vulcanus. So I don't think Norvise is gonna diminish in science capacity soon. Alright, I guess let's make my first captive biter spawner. There's those things, and that's about it. Actually gonna throw away my inventory. I have logistics off right here. Alright. Captive biter spawner. Fluid. Uh, 10 biter eggs. So that's 10 pieces. There we go. First captive biter spawner, 579 hours. Oh, they don't stack. Alright, they don't stack. Yeah, half an hour time to spoil. Okay, that's the first 10. I think we're not gonna wait on getting all the biter eggs from that top nest. I think we're just gonna retrieve the Boflux, and I can technically just use a captive biter spawner retrieve temporarily to produce the rest of the biter eggs. Can I not? We'll just sacrifice 3 of them to the greater good or something. I think I want to start off this area simultaneously. So either wait or we just do that. Okay, now we need Boflux. And quickly a little. Okay, that's just on the Aquilo ship, 1 wall. We do need a little bit extra of the other things now, like uranium, 45 more. Oh, you know what I didn't think about? I will have to destroy these. We can destroy them when they're still captive biter bases with collateral damage, I'm pretty sure. We're gonna hope for that. We'll use 4 per piece, that should be enough. Alright, we're gonna just put the biter eggs in, the biter bases in a chest. I'll just hand feed the rest though. And this is on the last Boflux. So we'll need to come back there. I don't have any weapons that do collateral damage, do I? I have a railgun. They are aligned slightly unfortunate for shooting them with my railgun though. I think it would be better just to make some explosive rockets. I mean, I got regular rockets already. Do I have explosives? Oh, I do have cliff explosives, but not regular explosives. These things have how many hit points? 350. Oh, these don't scale with evolution, do they? These just have 350 hit points. Alright, so this guy is out of food. That's alright. Of course, they're stuck at 99%. They always seem to do that. So this can become the pollution absorbing laser zoo again. Okay, if they get stuck at 99%, we might need some more Boflux. Okay, I should be looking back at Gleba. It's probably again time that the rocket is pretty full. No. Okay, this time we'll accept the losses. It is still backed up, so I think we can just ever so slightly not pull 2 Boflux per second off of this belt without affecting science. It does look like, yeah, it does look like it mostly is recovering. So we'll hope for that. I was after the Boflux. That's all gonna spoil. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking I should do that. And then just put it into a yellow chest at this rate. And we'll take spoiled first. We'll have to experiment a little bit to see how that exactly goes. Okay, these are also almost out of Boflux. Am I going to be stuck with... Okay, I can throw the biter eggs, that's not a problem. I do need to figure out something though to destroy those nests right now. Let me just throw the last biter eggs in there. Right. I think we'll use... I don't want to have the death of the biter bases. Okay, we're getting more expansions. Pretty sure there's an expansion chunk blinking here now. Okay, they're gonna settle in the forest-ish over there. Okay, several things are starting to get out of hand real quick now. I need to make some explosives. Coal and sulfur, I think. Don't need much. coal. Where can one find coal in this base? That's a great question. I don't think I have any coal coming into the base. Yeah, I do have coal somewhere in chests, but I know where my plastic wells are, so let's do that. Alright, do I have rockets? I think I have rockets in here. Don't tell me they're uncommon rockets. We don't have rockets in there. But that's alright. Just regular rockets on one. And a little bit fast would be nice. Same for the explosives, just keep going. Explosive rockets for the collateral damage. I cannot make explosive rockets. We need to make a railgun shell then. How the hell do I make those? I need just copper cable. Alright, I can make copper cable. I just need a single railgun shell. Destroy all the biter bases. We do need to hurry up a little. Okay, this is very dangerous. I am gonna destroy some of my stuff, there's no way. I could make more railgun shells, then I don't need to destroy any of my stuff. Alright, now I have 3 railgun shells. And it's about time too. I do need to shoot something. I can safely shoot up in a slightly shifty angle, I think. If I aim at the chest, we should be fine. Alright. Here goes nothing. I mean, we won't lose the achievement or something, but I just don't want to destroy any actual biter bases. I don't have a railgun. Tungsten, superconductors, quantum processors. I brought over stuff for a rare one. Oh boy. Tungsten plates. I don't have tungsten plates. I'm so dead. I don't have the right combination of stuff. I don't have the right combination of quality stuff. Right. Guess we're producing more biter eggs for now. I have a railgun turret. But that one cannot be fired manually. I guess I would survive 3 zaps in that direction. I guess it's gonna have to be like that then. This is not ideal. Not the kind of things you want a rare railgun for either. As long as we don't shoot the science area or the mall, I think we should go right. So we can mostly hit some pipes and bells and trees in the end over there. Okay, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Is that the only connection? I don't think that's the only power connection, but we'll temporarily connect this here anyway. Alright, they're out again. We do need some defense against the biters. Which will be spawning. Alright, moment of truth. This is not great, but what can I do? Okay, we'll see how this goes. Oh, the railgun is not powered. It is powered now. Wait. The railgun is only targeting the biters that spawn. I guess we're still destroying biter spawners now, so that is kind of a fail. Is it too close? Minimum range 3.5. Doesn't feel too close. Yeah, the minimum range is like really close. Okay. Captured nest will not draw turret fire even if reverted. Oh, I see what's going on. I guess I could wall them in, but alright. So we're gonna have to manipulate things a bit more. This was not on my bingo card today. I don't even know where actual walls are. Those are the museum walls. I cannot touch those. I guess we'll use... Well, this is my penalty for destroying actual biter bases. We'll use rare steel chests, I suppose. Okay, so the first spawn point is this one. If we block that, they should spawn right here. I think. Maybe it goes actually... Yeah, like that. Okay, that's good. Yeah, okay, they spawn in the 4 corners first, I think. So we'll have to do this then. How they'll spawn here guaranteed. So I can get rid of the lasers. Or at least some of the lasers. And once the behemoth spawns, the railgun will have time to shoot it. Okay. There we go. Kill the first biter spawner. I'm not proud of it. There's the next one. Yeah, we got a bit of collateral damage. Let's try and not get the bots destroyed too much. One more to go. I just spawned a behemoth, so it will take up to 30 seconds to spawn a new one. Use bullets. Yeah, the point was to use collateral damage. It's not that I'm doing that right now, but... Alright, whatever spawns now is going to draw the attention. I am not gonna stand in front of it. That guy is just not in range. Alright, fine. We'll use the bullets. Thanks. Let's just use the rockets then, if we're destroying it anyway. I hope I have enough. Doesn't seem... Okay, we have 4 rockets left. Well, that was not great. Thanks Okinawa for the raid. Don't ask what we were doing, please. Okay, there is a surprisingly small amount of collateral damage. I guess we blocked oil for a little. Let's hide the evidence. Nobody saw what happened here. We just recycled a bunch of ideas which all didn't work. There was no railgun, no this, no that. All of this does not exist. Wait. 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 3 more of these. And then we need to build them and feed them. Where's my 45 extra uranium? I thought I picked that up already. Sorry, I cannot really... Look, I'm in a high stress situation right now. Okay, we got still 13 minutes for those to die, but that is 64 spawners. Theoretically, we shouldn't need to capture them, they're already captured. We do need to get rid of those. And I need a little bit of space in my inventory to carry all of them. Okay, we can come back and carry all of that later. I guess I keep one stack of laser turrets on me just to be safe right now. Can I carry all of them? I can. 64 biter spawners. That should start working automatically as soon as we place it, which I'm not sure is a good thing. This guy has reverted to a normal biter spawner. Alright, so that means it's time for this area to start. We got the almost entirely spoiled Boflux in there. So yeah, let's just see how this goes. This might not go great. Alright, so now we'll probably learn pretty soon what happens when fully spoiled Boflux sits in a biter spawner. I guess it will just take it out. Okay, here comes the Biterex. Biterex are being brought into the silos. Okay, those are loading quite fast. I'm gonna throw my own Biterex. I guess they're fairly fresh. 69, okay, they're not that fresh. Okay, I don't want to artificially heat anything up. So we're just gonna do this instead. Alright, so we are heating this up now. Okay, so this is actually slower than I predicted, since we are burning them at a rate of about 2.5 per second. I guess that's good. I still want to be able to draw empty the full silo though. I'm not sure that's... Should set these to spoiled first, obviously. That's the whole point. Oh, this is pretty scary, isn't it? Also gathering up to 500 Biterex per chest here. And we are not gonna use defensive turrets, as per the rules, of course. We're gonna be learning all sorts of things pretty soon now. Where is the ship anyway? We are waiting. I forgot to enable... Oh boy. We ran out of rocket parts. We ran out of rocket parts. That is bad. Forgot to allow unloading of these things. That also messed with Aquilo signs, most likely, although this is now hovering above Novice. So I think it was not affected. These are requested chests. I think we should be requesting from buffer chest as well. Alright, so this accidentally stopped working. I do not know how we ended up with 10,784 of them on board. That seems like a weird number. Ah, okay, that's because 4 of them are already sitting in here. So I guess I want to fly as soon as we're over. 4 and there, 4 and there. Okay, I guess we want to fly as soon as we're... Let's save that launch. 79,984 or more. Then we have launched, then we have 80,000 in total. Okay, that means the ship is going to be delayed a bit. We probably should be focusing on what's going on here, though. It does mean we do get to test if this works, because as soon as the ship arrives, that's gonna make Prometheum signs for like 7 hours straight or so. Let's look back to Gleba. Okay, this is entirely backed up again, it seems. Almost entirely backed up. because we are not really launching a lot at the moment. It's gonna take some time to back up again. Could have been better. Calibrated all to each other, this stuff. But you know, for our first attempt, just winging it, it's not going all too bad. Until we run out of Boflux. I guess we should make sure we know where our spare bot rockets are. That can create some emergency Boflux via recycling. I guess we're actually gonna set up 2 recyclers here. And we're just gonna drop the bot rockets in a chest so we can hand feed that if we need to. Into the recyclers, that gives us 5 Boflux per rocket. So that's a little bit of backup security in case the Boflux stuff goes wrong. Time seems to be going up, so perhaps it's not too bad. Could have rather started with a bit more fresh Boflux though, just to see what's going on. Alright. We don't have 500 per chest yet. These still should be 15 degrees, they are. None have been burnt yet. Neither in here, nothing has been burnt yet, so that's good. This is going up in temperature. Because here we are burning. So are these still fast enough then? These are 6 megajoules and this thing does 16 megawatts. So what's the exact rate it burns exit? 2.666 per second. So each of these inserters is only drawing out 2/3 of a byte rack per second from the rocket silo. Is that fast enough? Okay, this is not working as intended. All the stacks have the same freshness. Wait, these should probably be set to fresh first then. That's kinda dangerous as well. Well, let's try that because this is not working. All of them are the same freshness. Okay, so hopefully now we'll see some different freshnesses on these stacks. This is not what I was expecting to happen at all. That is pretty... That is not working. The idea was we just draw empty the lowest stack first. Right, yeah, okay, that means we shouldn't be doing this with inserters. We should... This makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? The problem is, what is in this logistics network? I think it's only byte racks. There are these things, those are not supposed to be for launching up. It sometimes will happen though. Alright, but this is not working, so we can see every time a different stack flickers, which happens to be the lowest freshness at that time. So now this stack will be ignored because we just filled it with fresh eggs, but just one egg is, every time we take an egg, another egg is thrown on top of it, so now this stack is slightly fresher than it takes from this stack, and a new fresh egg is on top of it, so the stack becomes slightly fresher. We're not depleting the entire stack like I wanted to. So the annoying part is we are now allowed to use these to send rocket parts up to, I don't know, whatever planet we are sending them up to. So that is bad. The other annoying thing is we no longer need the burner in the center. Now we're automatically requesting. The good news is this should work now. No, but it won't. Or will it? So this should work. This should still work because we are gonna be putting 10 stacks in here. The bots hopefully will... Which stack do the bots fill up anyway? Let's see where an egg will be delivered. It's delivered onto the first stack. What if they take out? I guess we need to quickly borrow this. And we need some different freshnesses. Okay, these will survive. Oh boy, this is not working at all. Okay, 73 and 89. We got some different freshnesses. 65. 72. And 88. Okay, so now we got 3 freshnesses in here. I need one logistics bot as well. Ah, 42% fresh eggs. Yeah, I stopped looking because we are burning from all stacks simultaneously, which defeats the purpose. Okay, so first of all, where it deposits onto the first stack. If I request Spider eggs to this chest, which one does it pick up? Okay, this is what we want. So it deposits onto the first one and picks up from the last stack. That is good. That is what I was trying to achieve with the inserters. It's kind of similar like we did it over here, where we just separated the stacks. this one would deposit onto the last stack, and this one would draw from the first stack. I thought it would work here as well, like this as well, but it's not gonna work. Bots don't care about freshness either, I suppose. But at least we know they're not... They deposit and draw from different stacks. Can we do anything else with that information? I hope so, because we don't have too long to figure that out. Wait, or do they automatically pick up spoiled first? I don't think they care about freshness, right? Do bots care about freshness? So many questions and not much time to figure out anything. Alright, let's at least put back the roboport. That means we probably want more than 500 bots in this network. Let's take those out and see if we actually get spoilage in here or not. This Boflux doesn't seem to be spoiling. Why are these not there? I only really did half of the stuff, didn't I? These should be taking spoiled first for sure. Right, so now we just need to observe. The bots should be bringing it onto the last stack then. No wait, the bots deposited it from the first stack, they took it from the last stack. Oh, that's not good, that means the same is gonna happen here. How about 1 second? Alright, I have bad news. That was the end of my van battery. So I have to start the engine now to do the stream stuff. Which means we're gonna have to put an end to this pretty soon. I guess I'll try to figure out a solution to this somewhere during the next week or something. It is well to build nests around the silo. Yeah, so maybe we should have gone for that then. And then just leave them inside. Can the bots pick up biter eggs from a nest though? Inserters don't fill the rockets from automatic requests as far as I know. That can only, the automatic request can only be done by bots. Yeah, we don't have circuit network. Maybe we are forced to research that to make this work. What happens now is this is alright, this is still fresh, that is gonna stack up, but the bots are gonna keep depositing on here. I guess the inserters should be switching to this stack then. We're only taking one egg every so often. Now the bots will stack on top of that one. So it's the same like in the silos. All of these are just gonna gradually and simultaneously bleed down to 0 freshness %. Unless we reach some sort of weird average. Let's do one quick test if I can. I have 200x in here. And we activate this at 100x. We'll just delete everything. So now we're taking the spoiled first, but the bots will deposit on there. Now this one is spoiled first. So we might reach an equilibrium actually. So it might still work if we keep the amount of eggs fast enough. You know, as long as we can burn... Yeah, I think it should still work. As long as we can burn the entire egg production like twice as fast as it comes in or something like that. I have to think about it a bit. Then we... Or maybe just exactly as fast as we are producing it. If we can burn the entire egg production, the percentages should never drop to 0% because the fresh eggs will be dropped on top of the rotten eggs. If it's about to spoil at 1% and 80% fresh egg comes on top, it's gonna be 2 eggs of 40% freshness. It's gonna reach an equilibrium somewhere. The good thing is then we don't need fresh eggs to make signs, the Prometheum signs. We can just use almost spoiled eggs for that. It doesn't matter how fresh they are. They'll get turned into signs almost immediately upon being launched. So perhaps it is still gonna work, but the key then is to not have the buffer exceed a certain amount. So we'll probably need to tune down the buffer. We have live egg production anyway to match 1800 SPM, so we don't really need a buffer. I just had this going to... Yeah, we just had that going to, what's it called? The rocket stuff. I cannot think anymore. I quickly fill the rocket. Alright, so that means now this is gonna happen. So I probably don't have the burn capacity. We need way more burn capacity. But yeah, that's a problem then to figure out for next time, I think. We are producing, what, 25 eggs per second. And no, we are producing 32 eggs per second. And we know one of these can burn. We need 12 burners and we got 8. So basically we need quality burners. If we have quality burners, we should be able to keep up with burning the eggs. But right now we are at kind of a crisis situation. So I'm going to save the end of stream save here. Hopefully we can salvage that. Need 12 or more burners to destroy all eggs. We'll put that in there. So yeah, we're just gonna need to make quality of these. That should be good enough. We can burn the entire egg production, and we will. And I guess we will artificially need to heat up the center tower to 1000 degrees then. I guess we'll keep the design. If we can do that, we can do that. Alright, so next time then, this ship is gonna complete loading the 80,000 quantum processors on board. It's gonna take a while still to complete. We still have a lot, we already have a lot, but it's gonna require at least 3 times more. And it's gonna come back to Northeast and we can start Prometheum science production. Everything should be ready for it. I think it's good we had the opportunity to find out the many flaws of the system so far. Hopefully we can panic our way out of it at the start of the next stream. We'll see how that goes. For now, I thank you all for watching and hopefully I'll see you all next time.